Chapter 996. Great Mistress. At the critical moment, the slime was terrified. "I'm scared! Hurry up!" Rala couldn't help but be annoyed. Even if the power of the bone tower was weakened now and she took the opportunity to master the entire elemental protection, she didn't have the hardware like the wind origin fragment that could directly compete with the earth origin fragment after all. She could only use the wind origin in the 6 elemental kingdoms to simulate the corresponding power. It was quite difficult to maintain this channel, so it couldn't be delayed. Dodo's legs are weak. "I can't move." The onion, who clearly had no legs, didn't dare to move. When Thomas saw that the situation was not good, his hands began to wave quickly. Wisps of bloodlight oozed out. He actually used his own blood as a sacrifice. The channel began to narrow bit by bit. The blood-colored fire circle that surrounded Rala was blazing at the same time and began to shrink inwards rapidly. "Go quickly if you want to live, otherwise we will all die." Rala suddenly felt the pressure increase. The crown of the elemental goddess on her head had already emitted a dazzling light. She tried her best to maintain the protection around her and the channel of the wind origin. This consumption was also quite huge. Moreover, the soul weapon was only effective for half an hour. Once it failed, not only all the previous efforts would be wasted, but she and Dodo would also be in danger. Dodo shuddered. Although being carefree and hating work was a virtue, being afraid of death was the most important foundation. "If I don't even have a life, how can I be lazy?" The slime finally mustered up his courage. His body turned into a long snake-like shape and rushed into the channel. The resistance in the channel was very strong, especially the terrifying destructive power that was emitted nearby, causing the slime's body to be constantly split and disintegrated. If it weren't for his super regenerative ability, his body would have been smashed into pieces. Dodo forced himself to rush for a while and constantly regenerated and recombined. He felt that the channel seemed endless, and the surrounding pressure was getting greater and greater. He couldn't help but cry, "I can't take it anymore. It hurts. Mistress, master, help." The slime being timid was certainly one of the reasons. Thomas had cast a special blood sacrifice power on that channel, which contained the breath of the Lord of Fear. It would constantly magnify the fear in the heart. The greater the fear, the more powerful the killing power. Bang! The slime's body burst open, and countless fragments screamed and cried at the same time. "Sir Dodo can't hold it any more!" Rala's voice sounded from behind. "1 gold card for free consumption in Princess Villa." The screams of the countless fragments stopped abruptly and transformed into many ears, as if they wanted to hear more clearly. "Within a month, this card is free of charge." A hint of wisdom flashed behind the fairy dragon lens. In addition, 10 Princess Retail Store gift gold cards. Each card can be given a premium gift worth 888 black crystal coins. That ear had completely confirmed the benefits it had heard. For a month he could eat and drink to his heart's content in Princess Villa. And 10 gifts worth 888 black crystal coins from the Princess Retail Store. Most importantly, he didn't need money. Those countless ears trembled at the same time. At this moment, mountains of delicious food and glittering treasures filled their entire minds. This consciousness was so strong that fear and other emotions no longer had a place to stay, and they all dissipated. The ears instantly turned into countless gaping mouths, glowing with unprecedented vigor as they charged forward. Everything in their way was devoured, including the already extremely narrow passageway. These mouths forcefully gnawed open a broad path. This process was actually quite dangerous. Under Thomas's desperate mystic arts, there were constantly mouths being blasted into pieces. But the characteristics of the slime's immortal body were fully exerted, and it quickly condensed and regenerated again. In the eyes of Sir Really Handsome, he had already hypnotized these attacks into delicacies and treasures. With an indomitable aura of a foodie, he rushed towards the main altar, flew to the pillar, and converged into a huge mouth. No. In Thomas's desperate scream, the huge mouth swallowed the earth source fragment at the top of the pillar. Good chance. Rolla felt that the defense of the main altar was instantly reduced to the lowest point, and the surrounding blood-fire circle also quickly dimmed. Her purple eyes were full of colorful light, and the crown of the elemental goddess responded with a gorgeous light. The soul weapon, secret shadow wand, that was raised high, suddenly stopped. A rainbow appeared above the main altar. Following that, the entire underground palace began to tremble. Shocking cracks appeared on the sturdy mountain walls, and huge rocks began to fall from above. This blow condensed all the power of the fairy dragon, combined with the crown of the elemental goddess, secret shadow wand, star position bonus, star strengthening bonus, and the strongest power of the demigod kingdom. The main altar that lost the protection of the earth source fragment could not withstand it, and it suddenly fell apart. Thomas's body also fell apart. As soon as the main altar shattered, the bone towers that had not been destroyed by Paglio collapsed automatically. The bloody mist dissipated without a trace, and the corpse path in the passage was also completely destroyed. The two abyss souls that were fighting fiercely with Chun Rue exploded in an instant, turning into particles scattered in the air. Good job, Rolla. Chinrue was overjoyed. He instantly teleported to Paglio's side and held the faltering poison dragon. Paglio, who had fully erupted, had already turned into a bloody person. Even Chunrue was shocked to see that kind of tragic state. Chunrue quickly poured a bottle of potion into his mouth. Is it done? Hee, she's indeed a madwoman. The poison dragon previously relied on a belief and determination to die to fight. Now that the main altar was successfully resolved, the pressure disappeared at the same time, and the strength to support him also disappeared. His legs suddenly turned soft. If it weren't for Chun Rue's support, he would have fallen to the ground and couldn't get up. At this time, Dodo had recovered from his invincible foodie state. Master Slime was covered with wounds all over his body, and he couldn't even jump. Like a caterpillar, he wriggled on the ground with difficulty. He finally came to the mistress. The rich expression and vivid body language successfully performed a wounded person on the verge of death, wanting to fulfill the last wish before the end of his life. The blow just now used up all of Rolla's strength. The fairy dragon was panting violently. Seeing the slime's miserable appearance, her purple eyes blinked, and several golden cards appeared in her hand. Dodo's dying eyes lit up. He immediately took out a dark yellow crystal from his mouth and offered it with both hands. It was the origin fragment of the earth. The origin fragment, covered with slime's saliva, made the fairy dragon frown. Chun Rue, who was holding the poison dragon and walking over, didn't care about it. With a wave of his hand, the origin fragment of Earth flew over and was kept into the storage warehouse of the super system. Dodo got those cards as he wished. He counted them one by one and made a few palms at the same time. After confirming that there were 11 cards, he showed an exaggerated big smile and held up the gold card. Princess Villa, free gold card! 10 gift cards of the Princess Retail Store worth 888 black crystal coins. I'm rich. Master Dodo is really handsome. The slime looked elated. He was full of energy and vitality, invincible youth. I'm really handsome, and so on. Where was the pitiful appearance of dying just now? Princess Villa free consumption gold card? Princess Retail Store gift card? Chinrue was taken aback. When he thought of the slime's performance and consistent character when he fought against the Saint Dragon Rodriguez at the bottom of the Dead Sea, he suddenly realized, wait, that's not right. The so-called free gold card was limited to the highest level VIPs when the Princess Villa first opened. It could be accumulated for 30 days, but it would expire within 2 years. It had long expired by now. The Princess Retail Store gift card could be used, but the premise of obtaining the gift was a cumulative spending of 8,888 black crystal coins, and it was limited to 1 card at a time. Well, it was obvious that the slime was scammed. Chinrue glanced at Rala, and he happened to meet the gaze of the fairy Miss Long. He saw the beautiful purple eyes of the fairy Miss Long blinking mischievously. The word black-bellied inexplicably appeared in someone's heart. He immediately glanced at the slime sympathetically. Then he shrugged at his wife knowingly, but he didn't expose it. At this moment, a thick blood mist rose from the center of the fragmented altar. The slime, who was shouting excitedly, suddenly shivered, and his teeth began to chatter. Not only Dodo, but Chinrue and the other two also felt an uncontrollable fear at the same time, as if something extremely terrifying was about to appear. Now that Paglio had basically lost his combat power, and Rala had almost exhausted all her strength due to the previous blow, Dodo could basically be ignored under normal circumstances. The only one who still had the power to fight was Chinrue. Chinrue yelled and blocked in front of the fairy dragon and the poison dragon. Among the countless stars, hundreds of violent, scorching dragons roared out and rushed toward the blood mist. The blood mist was still rising faintly. The huge impact brought by the scorching dragon roar actually couldn't stir the floating blood mist at all. The violent red dragon tide had rushed into the blood mist in the blink of an eye. However, the moment they entered the blood mist, the terrifying momentum and light suddenly extinguished. This word suddenly appeared in Chinrue's mind. A pair of eyes seemed to open in the strange red mist. The moment it opened, a dazzling red light suddenly burst out, and the countless wriggling, terrifying beasts all rolled back and charged towards them. Chinrue's face changed drastically. The scorching dragon roar was rebounded. Rala reacted the fastest. She waved the secret shadow wand, and a circle of rainbow appeared, blocking in front of the scorching dragons. However, the rainbow only resisted for a few seconds before it was shattered by the scorching dragons. But these few seconds had given Chinrue precious time to react. He immediately exerted the fusion power of the star sealing platform and kept Rala, Paglio, and Dodo into the star sealing platform. At this time, the rebounded scorching dragons had drowned Chinrue. The underground palace, which had lost the defense power of the main altar, was constantly trembling and shaking. Many places collapsed. The violent red flames were finally extinguished. More than half of the torches and magic lamps in the underground palace were extinguished under this powerful impact. The magic lamps in the human world were different from the demon realm. They were pure light attribute power, which was easily disturbed and shattered. Under the dim light, one could see the extremely damaged ground. A figure was still standing safely, but the broken armor on his body had disappeared without a trace. His aura had also dropped significantly. If it weren't for the time rule and the power of demonic fly's transformation, Chinrue would have been annihilated by his own unique move just now. In the blood mist was a pair of ghostly green eyes that emitted a terrifying gaze. The eyes and the gaze seemed familiar. It was indeed the acquaintance that he had seen in the underground mine of Thick Earth Castle. We meet again, Fear Master Sauceback. Chinrue suddenly dispersed all his power. He only looked to have the strength of soldier-level, higher demon. He sat on the ground weakly. You are also a projection, but you are much weaker than Quiriana. Is it because the main altar was destroyed? The ghostly green eyes flashed and locked on Chinrue. Chinrue felt like a frog being stared at by a poisonous snake. Countless fears surged from his heart, but he smiled. Actually, I still have a lot of secrets that I want to tell. But before that, you should first catch up with an old friend. He had a badge in his hand, the Holy Ring badge. From the moment he dodged the scorching dragon, the power of the badge had been activated. As soon as he finished speaking, in the closed sky, a beam of light descended incredibly. The light beam was full of sacred and powerful power. In the light, a figure gradually became clear. There were 12 white wings on his back. One of the 3 supreme angels, Raphael. Chapter 997. In the Battle of the Tree of Nature in the Emerald Forest Sea, Qin encountered the most terrifying enemy, the Hate Master, Quiriana. Although it was only a projection, the power it displayed was enough to turn Qin into ashes in an instant. If it wasn't because Quiriana wanted to control him from the beginning instead of destroying him, Qin wouldn't have been able to win at all. Now that he thought about it, he was extremely lucky in that battle. The projection of the Fear Master Sorsbach that he was facing now was far weaker than Quiriana. As the strongest of the three Masters of the Abyss, Quiriana's power was definitely above Sorsbach's. However, the real reason why Sorsbach's projection was weak was because the main altar was destroyed. Even so, the projection of the Fear Master still displayed a power that made Qin feel extremely threatened. He knew that he couldn't fight against it, but he didn't use the power of the Stargate to escape. Instead, he used the most suitable trump card, the Holy Ring Badge. The Holy Ring Badge was the biggest life-saving talisman that Raphael gave to Qin when he was in the Jinyao territory. It could summon the clone of this supreme angel. After Raphael, the clone, appeared, he immediately looked at Qin. "You're really still alive." Raphael had already received the news that Arthur was missing. He couldn't help but feel angry and depressed. That was the Holy Son that he had personally appointed. He had spent a lot of effort to win him over, but he was unexpectedly killed by the Black Death Apostles in the Ryo Empire. Most importantly, the Crown of Thorns, which could affect the future of the Church of Light, was still in the hands of Arthur. If the Crown of Thorns fell into the hands of the Black Death Apostles, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now, Arthur finally used the last life-saving trick that he had given him and successfully summoned the clone. Raphael finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, the High Angel's relaxation only lasted for a second before he immediately sensed the terrifying gaze that seemed to be able to see through everything behind him, as well as the familiar and terrifying power contained in that gaze. Raphael's pupils suddenly contracted. He didn't turn around and shouted the name of a great enemy, Sorsbach! As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful destructive force struck towards him from behind like a waterfall. Raphael was unable to dodge in time, and his body was suddenly sliced into two, as if he couldn't even withstand a single blow. It wasn't that Raphael couldn't defend himself, but rather that his first reaction after realizing that the enemy was Sorsbach was not to turn around to fight or defend, but to send a protective light at Qin. The light was like a cocoon wrapping around Qin and making him float in the air. When the destructive force that sliced Raphael's body in half came into contact with the light cocoon, it was as if it had encountered something slippery. Qin body flew far away due to the impact, but the light cocoon was still intact. If it were any other friend who sacrificed themselves to save him, Qin would have gone up and fought Sorsbach with all his might. However, this Raphael in front of him was just a clone, and it was obvious that he only cast the protection because of his value to the Church of Light. More importantly, the face that was sliced in half actually had a sneer on it. This attack didn't really hurt Raphael. The two halves of Raphael's body changed and turned into two identical figures. The figures slowly turned around and said in an overlapping voice, "Your power is surprisingly weak, Sorsbach." In the blood mist, the figure's facial features and body formed around the ghostly green eyes. The outline of the figure glowed with a faint red light, and it was vaguely a 3-meter-tall figure. The glowing red mouth let out a low growl, and Qin felt that the entire underground palace had suddenly changed into a red sea. The sea was filled with hot blood, with a creepy and nauseating stench. Even inside the protective film, Qin could still feel the terrible heat and the destructive aura of intense fear. Although it was just a projection, Qin could tell at a glance that this was not an ordinary spiritual kingdom, but a real kingdom of false gods. Sorsbach had such a real sea of blood in a certain plane. The monstrous sea of blood shot out huge waves that soared into the sky, converging into countless pairs of blood-red claws that enveloped the two Raphaels. Wherever the claws passed, countless cracks would appear in the space. The might of the claws could be seen clearly. The two bodies of Raphael were smashed into countless pieces in the blink of an eye, but this attack still couldn't really cause any real damage. The smashed parts turned into more Raphaels. Seat of divine sacrifice. Hundreds of accents sounded. At the same time, countless Raphaels shone as bright as the sun, turning into streams of light that danced. These streams of light didn't rush into the sea of blood, but crisscrossed in the sky. In the eyes of Chen Rui, that kind of trajectory was vaguely like a sentence of endless, mysterious, ancient runes. The high-speed flowing streams of light formed a complex and mysterious ancient runes epic. The appearance that appeared was a magnificent throne, exuding mysterious power. The waves of the sea of blood gradually subsided under this invisible huge force and could no longer display the blood claws. The ignorant take pleasure in ignorance, and those who still don't wake up are like the animals of death. God has mercy on the world, but not on the deceitful villains. Sinners must be eliminated. As Raphael chanted loudly, the sea of blood trembled violently, and its height decreased inch by inch. It seemed to be showing signs of drying up. Suddenly, the sea of blood that was suppressed to a low point boiled wildly again, condensing into a huge face, and roared at the throne in the air. This roar had terrible power, and the protective light cocoon around Chen Rui suddenly had countless fine cracks. Fortunately, it didn't shatter. The one that suffered the most impact was the seat of divine sacrifice in the sky. The streams of light that formed the throne were suddenly broken and chaotic. Almost all of them collapsed. If your power was a little stronger, you could have completely collapsed my clone at the beginning. Unfortunately, countless overlapping voices sounded in the scattered streams of light. When it came to the word unfortunately, the overlapping feeling had disappeared, and it seemed to merge into one. The streams of light reassembled into the seat of divine sacrifice, and a huge figure with 12 wings appeared on the throne. When this figure appeared, the sea of blood and the huge head seemed to freeze instantly. Chenrue saw it clearly. This was a special kind of power that could bind the opponent's power, kingdom, and even power. The masters of this world are the 3 supreme angels. Even if it needs to be destroyed, it should be us, not the abyss. Raphael used the language of the abyss to say this, and it was very likely that he was worried about the presence of a certain valuable holy son. But he never thought that the inconspicuous ant in the corner could easily understand the meaning of this sentence. With that, the scepter-like silver rod in Raphael's hand paused for a moment, and the huge head formed by the sea of blood below trembled slightly and instantly exploded. At the same time, the entire sea of blood also exploded. Chenrue only felt that his mind was shaken and his vision blurred. He returned to the original scene of the dark, underground palace. The broken protective light film gradually disappeared, and Chenrue looked like he was still in shock, gasping for breath. After a moment, he finally calmed down and bowed. "Lord Raphael, thank you for saving me." Raphael's eyes glanced across the scene in the underground palace and finally landed on Chenrue. He exuded a faint majesty. "Tell me what you experienced exactly. Don't miss any details." Chenrue had already felt something strange in the analytical eyes. This Raphael couldn't be judged based on all the information. In other words, the one standing in front of him now was not a clone summoned by the Holy Ring badge, but the real Raphael. Chenrue had seen the battle between Satan and Charlie. Both of them used mystic arts to turn the projected clone into the real body step by step. Raphael obviously also used this mystic art. It must be because this enemy was extremely important, so he didn't dare to be careless. As for the 3 masters of destruction, they must be under some kind of restriction and couldn't turn the projection into the real body. Although he was thinking quickly in his heart, he didn't hesitate on the surface. He told the personal experience that he had been brewing for a long time. At the engagement ceremony of the Rio Empire, Arthur volunteered to be imprisoned out of guilt for Princess Rambus. However, he didn't expect a group of mysterious people to rush into the prison, knock him out, and kidnap him. He didn't know what happened afterward. He only knew that he was taken to this terrifying place after several twists and turns. After a mysterious leader wearing a red mask confirmed that Arthur was the one who had obtained the crown of thorns, he began to hold a special sacrificial ceremony. He wanted to use Arthur as a sacrifice to the evil god that he believed in. At the critical moment, the two guardians who had been searching for the special secret mark left by Arthur finally arrived. They tried their best and finally destroyed the entire altar. However, they were no match for the evil god that was summoned by the mysterious leader at the cost of his life. They died one after another. At this time, Arthur, who had just regained some of his mobility, struggled to take out the holy ring badge given by Raphael. At the last moment, he summoned Raphael and finally defeated the evil god. In fact, there were still some details in the story that needed to be studied. For example, why didn't the guardians appear before Arthur came here? Why the holy ring badge wasn't taken away by the enemy, and so on. However, in Raphael's view, Arthur had no reason to lie in front of him. Most importantly, it was an indisputable fact that the main altar of the Master of Fear had been destroyed. If the main altar hadn't been destroyed, even if Raphael had come here in person, it would have been impossible for him to defeat Sosbach so easily. Very good. Raphael nodded. The main altar of the three Masters of the Abyss was not simple. It could absorb the destructive faith of the entire plane. It was one of the most important and unique powers of the mysterious church. Every Master of the Abyss only had one main altar. Once it was destroyed, it would take a lot of time and effort to rebuild it. Now that the main altar of the Master of Fear had been destroyed, it was equivalent to breaking one side of the trident of the mysterious church. For the Book of the Church of Light, it was a glorious victory. As for the death of Arthur, Guardian, it was not worth mentioning at all. Arthur, you have made a great contribution this time. What reward do you want? Chinrue looked at the bloodstains left by the poisoned dragon on the ground. His eyes were full of hope. Lord Raphael, is there any secret resurrection spell? Even if it is a resurrection potion, there are quite a lot of restrictions, not to mention this kind of complete annihilation. Raphael's senses were very sharp. He immediately recognized that the fresh bloodstains were indeed left by the dragons. There was no longer any doubt in his heart. If you can use the Holy Grail to collect their souls into it before their souls are completely annihilated, and then sacrifice them with a pure item of light like the snow dowlet, there's hope to recover their souls. Then you can try to find a body to resurrect with a secret spell. Sacrifice snow dowlet? Chinrue's heart moved. He showed a depressed expression. I have only obtained the Holy Grail for a short time. I have only obtained its initial recognition. I can't use it yet. You have already obtained the recognition of the Holy Grail? It seems that your talent is as good as your physique. Raphael's eyes lit up slightly. He then shook his head. It's a pity, not to mention that my soul has completely dissipated. Even if it is absorbed into the Holy Grail, the snow dowlet can't. Anyway, don't even think about it. If you lack a guardian, I can send an angel from the church to protect you. Not for the time being. Not only did I lose a guardian, but I also lost my partner and lover. This incident made me understand a lot of things. No power can compare to true power. Chinrue sighed sadly, but his eyes gradually became firm. My other super guardian should be on his way. I will leave a secret mark and meet up with him as soon as possible. For Prince Arthur, who has been kidnapped, hiding in the dark now is safer than going out in the open. I need to disappear for a while. After dealing with some trivial matters, I will abandon those unnecessary things and enter the holy mountain of light with a will and determination without distractions. I hope that you can give me more pointers when the time comes. For you to be able to recognize this point, you have finally gained something this time. The enemy who has taken away your friends and family must be killed by yourself to be considered true revenge. Raphael nodded approvingly. You will have such a day. When you have completely digested the ancient inheritance, I will grant you true power. If you show enough effort and aptitude, I can even ask for the grace of God to descend and transform you into an angel with eternal life. Eternal life? Thank you, sir. Chenrue's eyes lit up. He had a look of surprise on his face, but in his heart he said, Eternal my ass. All right, I will bring you out of here first. Raphael waved his hand. A ring of light imprint containing terrifying power landed in the center of the underground palace and quickly spread in all directions. In the next second, Chenrue only felt a change in space, and he had already appeared in the air. Rumble. A violent tremor came from afar. It seemed that another terrible earthquake had occurred. A large area of the main mountain range of the Crimson Rock Mountain had collapsed. The huge underground world, the Golden Underground Palace, which was excavated by the cave dwarves, had finally become history. Chapter 998. After completely solving the Golden Palace, Raphael did not stay for long because of this small fry. According to Chenrue's request, he left him in the border town of the nearby Kingdom of Monto and left straight away. Since the Holy Ring badge had lost its effect, and Raphael did not have the item to summon his clone, Chenrue was unwilling to make a great contribution to the Church of Light just like that, under the deliberate guidance of the small fry who lost his partner and lover. Considering that the contribution this time was indeed great, Raphael pondered for a moment and finally rewarded him with something. Brilliant thunder of light. Like the Holy Ring badge, this was a one-time item, but its function was not to summon, but to explode. Once it was activated according to the steps described by Raphael and a trace of special pseudo-god power, it would emit a terrifying destructive power. In particular, it could make Arthur rather die than be threatened by darkness and evil in the future. This was definitely a good item to save his life and escape when facing those enemies that were difficult to defeat. Combined with the Stargate, it was likely to reverse the entire battle situation. Or, in the future, this good item could be used at the Holy Mountain of Light? You're too ruthless. Compared with the Earth Source fragment and the destruction of the main altar, the brilliant thunder of light was actually just an extra gain. There was another extra gain, which was the time when he witnessed the battle between Raphael and Sosbach. The ancient runes that condensed the throne of sacrifice had been completely recorded by deep analysis. Although it was impossible to rely on this to fight against Raphael, as long as the mystery of this article could be deciphered, his and Rala's understanding of ancient runes would also go up a level. Ancient runes were known as the language of gods. Judging from the previous battles of the fake gods, they all faintly contained the shadow of ancient runes. It was likely to be a key to unlock the mystery of power, so it couldn't be ignored. In fact, while Chenrue and Rala were cultivating, they had been comprehending the mystery of ancient runes. They also taught ancient runes to Paglio and others. However, this kind of runes was too difficult and esoteric. Even the poison dragon, with extremely high attainments in dragon inscription, found it difficult to master. As for the brilliant thunder of light, Chenrue still wanted to put in some effort. Raphael still had some tricks up his sleeves for this super bomb, which was that he could stop the explosion of the brilliant thunder of light at any time. In other words, Chenrue had no way of using this thing in front of Raphael. What Chenrue wanted to do was to block Raphael's control. This was not an easy task, but even Charlie's evil pupil was tricked by him back then, let alone this little bomb. Not only that, Chenrue also wanted to modify this bomb to further enhance its power. 3 hours later, Storm Island. The fusion state of the star sealing platform was indeed wonderful. Rala, Paglio, and Dodo, who were released, had completely recovered their injuries and strength. Even Paglio, who was in the most serious condition, was no exception. The price was the corresponding number of faith crystals. For Chunrui, it was just a drop in the bucket. After listening to Chinrue's brief description of the ending of the battle in the underground palace, the poison dragon pointed at his nose in amazement. "You mean I'm already dead?" "Required by the plot, hee, Chinrui shrugged. "You should also get your lunchbox. Otherwise, you will steal too many scenes of the protagonist in this script." Paglio was naturally used to these strange terms. He glanced at Rala and snorted. "The problem is that the heroine is also dead. Just wait to be scolded to death by the trolls." "What?" Rala did not respond to the poison dragon's provocation. She asked as if she didn't hear it clearly. This sentence made Master Poison Dragon's hair stand on end. "Well, you two are in the same group. I won't fight with you. Humph. I'll just get my lunchbox. I'll just leave little Betty's sight and wander around to see if there are any beauties I can hook up with. The taste of free air is really wonderful to breathe." The poison dragon sat on the ground and took a few exaggerated deep breaths. He was obviously demonstrating to someone who was monitored by his wife. "Then take advantage of this moment to breathe a few mouthfuls of the wonderful free air," Chinrui said with a regretful expression, "because your little Betty will be here soon." "What did you say?" Paglio's but seemed to be burned by fire, and he suddenly bounced up. "I have used the communication talisman to get in touch with the Jinyao territory. Ms. Betty is already on her way to the Storm Island. After arriving here, we'll go back to the demon realm together. I need to give the Earth source fragment to Moore. Go back to the demon realm? That works too." The cunning poison dragon rolled his eyes. "You can't leave your Ms. Innie alone in the Jinyao territory and your loyal knight. It's better to let little Betty protect her there. Don't worry, Rala will turn into Betty and go to the Jinyao territory to protect Innie. Rala is now a demigod, with Groa's secret care. Even if anything happens, she can take Innie and Samuel away safely." The poison dragon was stunned for a moment, and he finally roared angrily, "I'll fight you!" The slime on the side ignored the two people who were fighting. The onion grew 11 hands, each holding a golden card. He shouted excitedly, "Go back to the demon realm." Paglio's struggle ultimately could not change the outcome. After breathing the free air for a few days, Miss Betty rushed to the Storm Island, while Rala went to the Jinyao territory. Chinrui used the star sealing platform to carry the poison dragon couple and slime back to the star point of the Dark Moon estate through the Stargate. The light gate disappeared. Looking at the familiar courtyard, Chinrui felt a faint warmth in his heart. The courtyard seemed abnormally quiet today. Logically speaking, even without the poison dragon and Dodo, the black dragon Chick, the flat lowly, and his nephew's classmate were enough to make the entire courtyard lively. The little mermaid princess was even better at fanning the flames. As for the Naga girl, she was a very good listener and participant. Everyone liked her. Of course, the premise of this lively was that the most adorable little phoenix daughter was not present. If Duo baby was present, then it would not be lively, but it would be turning the sky upside down. The entire house was quiet. There seemed to be no one. Chinrui just wanted to release the poison dragon and the others. But he suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside. A familiar figure came in from the door. She was not tall. She was wearing a white dress with long, blonde, curly hair. Her delicate appearance was about 13 or 14 years old. Her purple eyes looked smart and beautiful. This figure reminded Chunrui of the scene when he was reborn in the demon realm for the first time. This was the first woman he met. To be precise, the first girl, the little girl. It had been more than 7 years, and the little girl still looked like the lowly back then. There was almost no change. This was also the most distressed part of this lowly. Alice. Looking at the familiar smile, Alice was stunned for a moment. After a while, she reacted and pounced over. "Brother, you're back." Chinrui did not dodge. Based on his past experience, once he dodged, what followed would not just be pouncing. There would also be a series of serial killer moves such as Alice's throat locking technique, Alice's neck strangling technique, Alice's hair grabbing technique, and Loli sitting on top of her. Except for Duo, no one could compete with Alice. Very smoothly, a koala successfully attached itself to his body. Feeling the warmth of the girl's body and the joy from the bottom of her heart, Chinrue smiled and messed up her beautiful long curly hair. Brother is the most annoying. The girl coquettishly hung on him and swung back and forth. If he didn't have some strength, Chinrue suspected that his cervical vertebrae would be shaken until bone hyperplasia grew out. By the way, where are Oliphius and Lala Aria? Adeline and Helen wanted to go back to the Dead Sea to see their people and relatives some time ago. It just so happened that Lala Aria got a treasure map of the Dead Sea last time, so Oliphius proposed to go treasure hunting together. They went to the Dead Sea. By the way, your servant Vasilna also went with them. Chinrue nodded. Vasilna was ordered by him to follow Lala Aria just in case. Although the Dead Sea was dangerous, Adeline and Helen were Sea Clan themselves. Besides, there were two demigod powerhouses, Lala Aria and Vasilna, so this trip should not be too problematic. Alice, why didn't you go with them? Speaking of this, the Loli's face was full of unhappiness. My sister forbade me to go. Later, I secretly wanted to follow them, but I was caught by that bad woman, Manlace. Manlace was the strongest dim lamp spirit. Alice's full name for her was actually Bad Woman Without Clothes, because the first time she saw Manlace was when Chinrue successfully resurrected the dim lamp spirit. The newly resurrected dim lamp spirit wasn't wearing clothes. What the little Loli cared about the most was that it was another big-breasted alien. Manlace was the lamp spirit commander responsible for the safety of Jia and her sisters. Catching the escaped Loli was actually doing her duty. Chinrue didn't stay on this topic any longer. He looked at Alice, who puffed up her bun face and smiled. I will take you to the Dead Sea when I have time in the future. By the way, why didn't I see Kia and the others? Is Athena in the palace now? You know them. Alice suddenly thought of something, and her big eyes turned red. Athena! Athena! The more the little Loli thought, the sadder she became. Her tears trickled down, scaring Chinrue. Alice? What happened to Athena? Little princess, why are you walking so fast? The voice of the little succubus maid came from the door again. The little succubus also heard Alice's crying, so she quickly walked in and happened to see Chinrue. Chinrue also saw Kia and the little Duo in his arms. Dad. The little phoenix felt his dad's breath when he approached the yard. He immediately broke free from Kia's arms and flew toward Chinrue. Soon, there was another little Loli on his neck. At the same time, there were many saliva marks on his face. Chinrue kissed his daughter, but the Duo baby disliked his stubble and pulled his hair in dissatisfaction. The little succubus maid came over with a moving smile. You're back! Chinrue leaned forward and kissed the succubus's face with difficulty. Kia, what happened to Athena? Hearing the name Athena, the succubus's seductive eyes had a little more bitterness. Okay, little princess, you come down first. Duo, you play with Sister Alice for a while. Aunt Kia and Dad will go to the side and say a few words. They will be back soon. The two big and small Loli showed dissatisfaction at the same time. Chinrue only knew that something happened to Athena. He quickly coaxed Alice and Duo and followed Kia to the side. You and Athena! The little succubus looked like she wanted to say something but stopped, making Chinrue a little anxious. Kia, if you have something to say, just say it. Kia finally made up her mind. The night before you took Rala and the others to the surface world, did you and Athena do? Chinrue was taken aback. Why are you asking this question? Answer. A yes. Chinrue scratched his head. Wasn't it Athena's turn that day? Remember, What positions did you use? The little succubus bit her lip and actually took out a small notebook in her hand to record it. Huh. Chinrue showed a strange look. What kind of question is this? The following questions were even more outrageous, including whether other channels were used, how many times did they do it, whether the total number was odd or even, and other details that made people blush and their hearts beat faster. Facing the curious and serious face of the nosy succubus reporter, Chinrue was completely speechless. From the look of Kia, Athena should not be in any danger. That Chinrue. The little succubus maid blushed and quietly whispered into his ear, "Let's do the same steps as you, and her last time tonight, okay? No, every night, okay?" As she said, the little succubus actually stuck out her tongue and licked his ear. This kind of seductive teasing made Chinrue not only shiver, but he also had the urge to do it on the spot. "Hey, of course, I can beg you to get off the bed, but you should pay attention to your image. Alice and Duo are still there. Tell me first, what's wrong with Athena?" Chinrue's voice was a little loud, and Alice in the distance heard it. The little Princess Royal Highness had stopped crying and was eavesdropping on this side. Seeing the intimate look of Kia and Chinrue, her heart was a little sour. When she heard the 3 words, Athena, she burst into tears. Seeing Alice crying, the little phoenix, Duo, also joined in the fun and cried. "Brother doesn't want me anymore." Crying, "Dad doesn't want Duo anymore." Crying, "Athena is going to be a mother, and this princess is still a single woman." Crying, "And Athena has a baby. Dad doesn't want Duo anymore." Crying, Chinrue stared dumbfoundedly at the 2 crying Lolas, and then looked at the succubus with a face full of resentment and envy, and finally realized what happened to Athena. What an unexpected piece of good news. Chapter 999. Athena was actually pregnant. This was indeed a very unexpected piece of good news. Chinrue once thought that he had the transmigrator attribute of soul rebirth, which made it impossible to impregnate the women in this world. Duoduo's birth was actually an exception because the little phoenix was born through Catherine, the mother, with a secret technique. It was not a real pregnancy through fertilization. Of course, this did not affect the position of Duo in the hearts of Chinrue and the women. Now, Athena's successful pregnancy had broken a certain shackle that Chinrue had been worried about. In a sense, the continuation of the bloodline also meant that he, an outsider, had truly been recognized by this world. Dark Moon Palace. Athena, you take a rest first. I'll finish these official documents right away. There's no need to practice swordsmanship. I heard from Catherine that it's best not to exercise strenuously, but you can't lie still all day. I'll accompany you for a few laps in the palace later. Tonight, we'll eat mushroom meatball soup, green vegetable pot, purple eggplant, whitestone fish. I know you don't like to eat purple eggplant, but you're an expectant mother now. This is the nutritional menu for expectant mothers, specially provided by Catherine. For you and the baby, you must eat it. Athena looked at the somewhat talkative man with a happy smile on her face. Some time ago, she had been feeling unwell, but she didn't take it to heart. Later, when Catherine sent Duo to the Dark Moon estate, she discovered that Duo was retching. Her Majesty Empress had always been meticulous, and she was an experienced person. She immediately realized something. After repeated examinations, she finally confirmed that she was pregnant. Athena was surprised and happy. Originally, because she had to take care of the Dark Moon estate, she couldn't accompany Chinrue to travel and adventure like Rala and Isabella. She inevitably felt a little sad in her heart. The good news that she was going to be a mother now swept away these emotions. Considering the situation that the human Chinrue deliberately showed in the Dark Moon estate before, this news was not publicized. Only the closest friends and relatives knew. Jia and the other women were happy for Athena and envious at the same time. No wonder Kia would do that kind of interview record behavior. Athena's father, the first general of the fallen angel empire, George, was ecstatic. the red dragon aunt Gloria, who had the best relationship with Athena, specially came to the dark moon from the warlock fortress to take care of her daughter. Looking at the busy son-in-law, the red dragon aunt was more and more satisfied. This man is not only excellent in strength, but he also has a deep relationship with Athena. He is careful and considerate to his wife. If there is any shortcoming, it is that he has more than one woman, but this situation is common in the demon realm. The number of Chinrue's women is considered very small. Her husband, George, has nearly twice as many wives and concubines as him. George is considered very restrained among the nobles of the same level. For ordinary nobles, dozens or hundreds of wives and concubines are simply child's play. However, the other wives of this son-in-law are not simple. The empress of 2 empires alone is enough to shock the entire demon realm. Royal Highness Prince Consort is unique. For the Wales family, it is also a proud honor for Athena to be able to share a man with Her Majesty Empress. Actually, it's not so delicate. Just do what you usually do. There's no need to make a fuss. Athena smiled and said, Catherine said that it will take at least 2 years to give birth. Now, there are no abnormalities on the surface at all. Besides, I can feel that the child's condition has basically stabilized. We just need to pay more attention in the last few months. Whether it is a creature of the human realm or the demon realm, it is much more difficult for a powerhouse to have children than an ordinary person, especially when both husband and wife have great power. Athena herself is also a high-level powerhouse, not to mention Chenrue's strength, so it is quite rare. As for the pregnancy period, it is long and short. If it is short, it is similar to the 10 months of pregnancy that Chenrue knew in his previous life. Catherine gave birth to the little phoenix during this period, but Ms. Duo is a special case. Duo is a bloodline reincarnation with an immortal soul. After using Catherine's blood essence and power to brew a mature embryo, she was born smoothly. This birth does not blindly absorb the mother's energy. On the contrary, Catherine also obtained considerable benefits. The secret technique of overdrawing power to attack beyond ranks is obtained from Duodua's special power, as well as Phoenix's blessing and so on. Races that had a long gestation period could be several years or even longer. In theory, the stronger the strength and the greater the potential of the child, the longer the gestation period would be. The most typical example would be the dragon race. Their gestation period could easily be more than 10 years or even dozens of years, but they would be born with great power. The pregnant mother is generally the most accurate to sense this kind of pregnancy period. Firstly, Athena has no experience as a mother. Secondly, her power has grown too fast in recent years, and she still can't use it freely. Therefore, there is no way to sense the length of the pregnancy period for the time being. However, according to Catherine's preliminary judgment, the due date should be much longer than when she was pregnant with Duo. It should be at least 2 years. You still have to be careful. Okay, I won't disturb you too. Gloria added worriedly. Remember, although the condition of the fetus has stabilized, don't be too affectionate, so as not to affect the child. The last sentence made both of them blush suddenly. Even Chenrue, who had always boasted of being thick-skinned, was no exception. Auntie Red Dragon had always been forthright, so she didn't talk much. She walked out of the room with a laugh. Chenrue and Athena stared at each other for a moment, and they finally looked at each other and smiled. Chenrue came to her side, squatted down, and put his ear on her lower abdomen to listen. It's still early. Now even the abdomen is flat. I can't see any changes on the outside. Athena said while gently playing with his hair with her fingers. Chenrue closed his eyes, concentrated, and gradually sensed a faint fluctuation of life. In an instant, a feeling of blood connection surged in his heart. It was not only a feeling, but also a kind of touching. Although Athena couldn't see that expression, she could feel that kind of touching. She stroked his back as if she, the child, and Chenrue had merged into one. Her heart was instantly filled with happiness. Do you like girls or boys? Both. Boys have to be as smart as me, and girls have to be as beautiful as you. In Paglio's words, you are cunning. As for me, I'm not as beautiful as Catherine and Rolla. No, you are the most beautiful. Shinrue took her hand and put it on his face. It has always been. From the first time I saw you, that valiant, generous, and beautiful swordswoman was imprinted in my heart. Unique. Sweet-talking guy. Athena felt sweet in her heart. No wonder even Alice was deceived by you. I'm innocent. Shinrue quickly jumped up to clarify his innocence. There's really nothing between me and Alice. As soon as I came back, she inexplicably pulled me to cry. In the end, Duo also cried. She said that I don't want her anymore when you have a baby. It took me a long time to coax her. Duo is so silly. She will always be our treasure, and she will be the eldest sister in the future. As for Alice, Athena suddenly sighed. Tell me honestly, how long are you going to let the little princess wait? Didn't you two have an agreement? That agreement? She was still young at that time, Shinrue shrugged. In fact, it was just a delaying strategy. I thought she would find someone she really likes in the future. So now, who do you think she really likes? Athena shook her head. When Alice found out that I was pregnant, she was very happy but also very sad. You know, she knew you before I did. Since then, she has always been secretly in love with you. Now I have your child, but she is still alone. She has been waiting for you for as long as we have been in love. Athena's last sentence touched Shinrue's heart. He was not a blockhead. How could he not know Alice's feelings? Although her appearance and personality seemed to be no different from before, the little girl had grown up after all. If Jia knew, she would kill me. Do you think Princess Royal, Her Majesty, is a fool? Athena looked into Shinrue's eyes. Do you know that in the past few years, many nobles have asked Princess Royal, Her Majesty Jia, for marriage? However, these requests were rejected by Her Majesty. As a sister, Her Majesty knows very well who Alice is waiting for. If it is Alice, not only me and Jia, but also Kia, Rolla, and others can accept it. Shinrue smiled bitterly. Let nature take its course. Humph. Still pretending to be innocent. You should feel lucky. If it weren't for the child, I wouldn't be so generous. Athena glared at him. By the way, my secretary hasn't come to report yet. Is it because she's too tired at night that she can't get up now? Shinrue laughed a few times. It was true. Athena's pregnancy made the little succubus very envious. She had been pestering him for the past few days, and she actually strictly followed the positions and steps of the last time he had sex with Athena in his memory. She repeated this cycle and finally exhausted herself, which made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Your fiancée in the human world. When are you going to bring her back? Why do I smell a sour smell? Shinrue laughed. Didn't you become more generous after having a child? Athena bit her lip and was about to pinch his waist, but he hugged her in his arms. He told her what happened in the human world, especially the deal between the Ryo Empire and Rambus. Hearing that Shinrue rejected the marriage in public at the engagement ceremony, Athena still hugged him a little more happily, even though she knew it was just a deal. On the other hand, the thrilling battle between the Tree of Nature and the Golden Light underground palace made her nervous. I came back this time to go to Mountain Shillong to give the Earth Source fragment to Moore. Then I must return to the human world to complete some things, including going to the Holy Mountain of Light to comprehend the origin of creation and bringing back Raisin's daughter. Finally, I will bring back Rolla and Inni, as well as Samuel's family that I told you about. With that said, Shinrue kissed Athena's face. I can now freely travel between the two worlds. The next time I don't need to complete any missions. I will take you to the human world for a vacation. Athena knew about the Three Empires Alliance and Tiffany, so she nodded. Going to Mountain Shillong this time. Let's go together? Just like back then. Athena seemed to see the scene when she and the human mining officer went to Mountain Shillong hand in hand. Her heart was warm, but she shook her head. I'm too busy, you take Alice with you. Why are you promoting Alice again? If you don't promote Alice now, do you have to wait until you marry the bloody empress? The royal husband of the 3 empires? Why are you jealous again? Where is the righteous, generous, and hearty Madam General, Madam Lord, and Madam Wife? Chinrue exclaimed exaggeratedly. No, I want to check if someone is pretending to be my Athena. As he said, this guy actually began to take off Athena's clothes to check. The female general's body was particularly sensitive during pregnancy. Her symbolic resistance was ineffective, and her erogenous parts were frequently attacked, so she was completely disarmed. As she moaned and gasped, her eyes became more and more blurred. The desire that had been accumulated for many days gushed out like a torrent. She was completely immersed in the lingering with her lover. Chapter 1000. X year, X month, X day. The weather was clear. Perhaps it was because she had her brother by her side, but the light of the 2 moons felt especially warm. My brother and I embarked on the journey to Mountain Shillong together. I couldn't think of any words to describe my current mood. Perhaps I should learn from Lala and laugh. Oh, I wonder how Lelia and the others are doing in the Sea of Death. Allison and Eve are currently focused on learning the art of crafting behind closed doors with Uncle Fungsaka. I haven't seen them for a long time, and I miss them a lot. Although I didn't sneak into the Sea of Death this time and was caught by that bad woman, I can go to Mountain Shillong with my brother. It's simply, whoa, 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 whoa. Her brother, finally, didn't have to hide his strength like before. His teleportation was really amazing. It was as if space had been compressed. Thousands of meters, or even tens of thousands of meters, or even farther, could be crossed in one step. It was much more exciting than playing the Titanic in the air. The purpose of our attack this time is to conquer the Earth Elementals, who occupy the Earth domain in the west of the Dark Moon Estate. Let's go. A young girl. For this battle, we didn't dispatch the Wyvern Legion, but instead dispatched the most elite and most invincible, Alice's Assault Legion. The Legion only had 2 most powerful male and female members, and that was Alice and brother. We must flatten the realm of Earth and make the elementals submit to us. Air. Wait a minute. The last time I went to the realm of Earth, I pretended to be my brother's fiancée and actually got the Earth Elemental King Moore to acknowledge me. He even gave me a gift of light and darkness crystal. Later, I gave the crystal to my sister and helped her break through to the Demon Emperor realm. Since Moore is such a good person, I will use my status as his wife to persuade my brother, the Emperor, to give up on his plans to conquer the great Earth domain. This story of him giving up his country for a woman will be written into a novel. No, it will be recorded in the annals of history. The above excerpt from Alice's diary. Alice, what are you writing? Nothing. Alice hurriedly put away her notebook and pen and took a deep breath of the rich aroma of food in the air. Brother, is your meat ready? It's not my meat. Chinrue rolled his eyes. It's my spicy fried steak. Come, try it. Alice took a bite. Wow, how fragrant. This fragrance was really special. I've never tasted it before. This is a high-grade spice in the human world, called cyanobacteria millet. It's a little hot, so eat slowly. It's so hot. It's so hot. Alice shouted while fanning herself with her hand. Brother, I'm so hot. Chinrue was speechless at the sight of a certain Loli curling her lips. She was clearly asking for a kiss. This bottle of iced fruit juice is for you. Don't drink too much, or your stomach will hurt. Alice unhappily took the juice from Chinrue and angrily drank it all. She bitterly bit the fried steak, as if it wasn't delicious food, but some guy who couldn't understand the seductive charm of this princess. Chinrue shook his head, secretly. If he followed the normal speed of teleportation, although it would consume a lot of energy, he would only need half a day to reach Mountain Shillong. There was no need to stay in the black rainforest. After landing in the black rainforest, he dawdled for half a day before setting up camp to rest. It was all because of Alice's strong request. Anyway, this time he wasn't in a hurry, so he might as well follow her wishes. However, it seemed that the little princess seemed to have other plans. Looking at the 2 moons that were gradually changing colors above his head, and then looking at the lowly with sparkling eyes, Chinrue had a hunch that tonight might not be peaceful. After finally finishing the steak, Chinrue deliberately told a few small jokes to arouse Alice's interest. When he talked about the happy part, the lowly couldn't keep a straight face anymore and laughed. Alice, who recovered her vitality, carefully combed her beautiful hair with a comb. Then she took a small toothbrush and a towel to the tent to wash up. Suddenly, she screamed in fear. Almost instantly, Chinrue had already appeared beside her. "What's wrong?" "No, rat." Alice was full of fear and hugged him tightly. "I'm scared." A few black lines appeared on Chinrue's forehead. "You're scared of Na Rat?" "Last time at the princess retail store, I seem to have seen a little princess heroically throw a Na Rat's tail into the cage. It was called the princess's special pet, and it was actually sold at the high price of 5 black crystal coins." Chinrue didn't expose Alice's trick. He just let her carry him all the way to the magic tent. "Don't worry, and sleep. This tent is not only safe, but also very comfortable." "Brother, are we going to sleep so soon?" The lowly's eyes lit up. "Yeah, we still have to hurry tomorrow morning." Chinrue smiled slightly. "You rest here. I'll guard outside so that gnawing mouse and the like don't scare you again." "No rat?" Alice could be considered to have shot herself in the foot. She was speechless for a moment. Then the lowly seemed to have thought of something and began to look at Chinrue with a strange expression. She looked at his mouth and then looked at his eyes. This cycle repeated a few times until he felt scared. He quickly said, "You rest well, I'll go out first." "Wait a minute." Alice rolled her eyes. "I can't sleep right now. Brother, can you tell me a story first?" Chinrue sat down and was about to start when Alice rested her head on his thigh. "How about this?" Okay. Let's tell a story about Rapunzel Princess." After a while, the lowly moved until she sat on his thigh. "This position is more comfortable." "Brother, can you touch my hair?" "Brother, does my neck look good?" The whole story ended hastily in a disjointed manner. The lowly, who was supposed to sleep after listening to the story, had already sat up. She puffed up her face and stared at Chinrue angrily. "Alice." Chinrue innocently spread out his hands. "I didn't offend you." "Liar." Alice fiercely threw a book on the ground and cried, "It's a liar! You are also a liar! You are all liars." Chinrue picked up the book. The title was Female Kissing Technique Guide. Turning to the first page, the first line was written. "Kissing hint 1. You need to look at his lips with a hot and straightforward gaze. Then look at his eyes. Staring at him like this, as long as he is a man, he will not be able to restrain himself. Kissing hint 2. Let him stroke your hair. Before that, you need to carefully take care of your hair and exude a fragrance that he likes. The head is a place that women like to be touched by men. Letting him stroke your hair is a positive and seductive signal, unless he is incompetent. Kissing hint 3. Sit on his lap and let him look at your white neck. Research has proven that one of the most favorite parts of a woman's body is the neck. As long as the man doesn't have a physical or psychological problem, it will arouse his desire for you. Kissing hint 4. Chinrue was sweating profusely. He finally understood why Alice's previous strange actions and preparations were. After a long time, he was actually labeled as not a man, incompetent, male with physical or psychological problems, etc. If he didn't succeed, he wouldn't be a man. How much resentment did the author of this book have? "I know you like Athena. You like my sister. You like Kia. You like Teacher Rala. You like Vixen. You like Queen Catherine. You like many people. You even like Adeline, but you just don't like me." Alice's eyes were red. The agreement between you and me was just to buy time. but I have always liked you, even before Athena, do you know? Alice, listen to me. Chinrue sighed, came to her side, and sat down. When it comes to feelings, the most important thing is that both parties are willing. It doesn't mean that I will like you just because you like me. Alice looked at him blankly for a while. She didn't throw herself at him again. She just lowered her head, was silent for a long time, and then said softly, I understand. In his impression, Alice was always full of vitality, and from time to time, she would play some mischievous pranks, but he had never seen her so depressed and decadent. You still don't understand. Chinrue shook his head. I like Alice. What? Lolita raised her head, and her big purple eyes widened, as if they were suddenly filled with a strong vitality. Chinrue gently stroked her hair. The curly blonde hair exuded a fruity fragrance, just like the freshness of a young girl. He suddenly thought of Athena's words, We have been in love for many years, and Alice has been waiting for you for many years. His heart suddenly softened. I have always liked Alice. Really? Alice closed her eyes comfortably under his touch, like a cat that was tickled. She enjoyed it very much. Of course, Chinrue said with a smile. I still clearly remember that when I was picking jade dragon fruit at Blue Lake, I was knocked out from behind by a cunning little girl with a stick, and then she stole my first kiss. Alice's face turned red. She didn't expect that the biggest secret in her heart would be exposed. She stammered, You actually… At that time I thought you saw through my hidden strength and wanted to take my life. Chinrue shrugged. Who would have thought that it was actually rape? That… Alice's face was already red, as if blood was about to drip out. Actually, that was also my first kiss. I know, as you said, you have liked me for a long time. Chinrue gently pinched her smooth face. However, there is still a certain difference between liking and love. Let nature take its course, okay? Our agreement is still valid. Okay. Alice's face was red, and her heart was full of joy. Suddenly, she shook her head and said, No, you are still stalling for time. Unless you kiss me. Okay. Chinrue bowed his head and gently kissed her forehead. Alice accepted the kiss with a smile, then calmly shook her head and pointed to her lips. Chinrue hesitated for a moment, but the loli had already raised her head, and the girl's slightly pink lips had already taken the initiative to close to his lips. The moment their lips touched, he clearly felt that the little body that pretended to be calm slightly trembled, and her breathing also became rapid due to the intimate proximity. The same inexperience, the same warmth, the same fragrance. The only difference was that this time there was no stick. Chinrue felt a restless little tongue reach into his mouth. He gently sucked on the pink lips, and the tip of his tongue began to gently touch the little tongue. The girl trembled again, as if she had been electrocuted. Soon, she found the trick without anyone teaching her. She began to respond awkwardly. This wonderful feeling, which was similar to the fusion of souls, was not something that could be compared to when she knocked someone out. After a long time, the four lips separated. This is kissing? Is this how you usually do things with Athena? I never thought it would be like this. Alice held her apple-like face, shyly and excitedly looked at Chinrue. Let's do it again, okay? Chinrue quickly shook his head. You have to keep your word. That's all for today. You sleep well. I'll be outside waiting. Then, let's try again next time, okay? Ah, then it's settled. Good night, brother. Well, good night. I'll go out first. Chinrue hurriedly went out. Looking at the natural reaction of a certain part of his body, he secretly scolded himself for being a beast. He took a deep breath, slowly circulated his power, and finally calmed down. In the tent, Alice excitedly rolled around on the blanket, took out her small notebook and a magic lamp, and began to write in her diary. Today was a big day worth remembering. My brother and I kissed. Chapter 1001. There were no more accidents on the journey to Mountain Shillong. Chinrue arrived at the Wallen Fortress smoothly and entered the Earth realm through the teleportation portal. As the benefactor and friend of the Earth Elementals, as well as the best friend of the Earth Elemental King Moore, Chinrue was warmly welcomed by the Earth Elementals. Alice, who had been here once, had no stage fright. She actually seemed generous and handled the situation with ease. Since the intimate kiss with Chinrue in the Black Rainforest, this loli had already regarded herself as his official fiancée. Chinrue and Moore hugged. Then he directly took out today's main dish, the Earth Origin Fragment. As soon as he took it out of the storage warehouse, the Earth Elemental King immediately sensed the purest Earth Elemental power that was connected to his soul. There was an unbelievable light in his eyes. Then the unbelievable light turned into surprise. It was originally just a dark yellow, crystal-like polymorph, but it turned into a strange mask in Moore's hands. Moore put the mask on his face, and it gradually merged into one. The original angular, stone, facial features actually turned into a face that looked like a real person's flesh and blood. It was lively and expressive. Looking from afar, Moore looked like a human wearing earth and stone-like armor. The Earth Origin Fragment, Face of Earth, has finally returned to my hands. No words can express my gratitude, my friend. Moore's smile was much clearer than before. The only thing that remained unchanged was the sincerity. There is no need for unnecessary gratitude between true friends. Chinrue smiled slightly. It's very surprising to say that the one who provided the whereabouts of the Earth Origin Fragment this time is the Fire Elemental King, Ogmartin. He gave up the terms of exchange that he originally agreed with me. Ogmartin was specially summoned by your old rival, the Wind Elemental King, Seth. Moore was taken aback. A look of surprise flashed across his face. He seemed to think of something, and his voice calmed down. I want to know the real reason. In fact, I also want to know. Chinrue shrugged. After the three kings of light met Rala, they made this puzzling decision. Rala. Moore's eyes narrowed, slightly as though he was thinking. His meticulous expression made Chinrue, who was used to seeing Moore's stony face, feel a little uncomfortable. He immediately told Chinrue about Rala's advancement to demigod and the encounter with the three Lords of Light on Storm Island. Although Moore was surprised that Rala had become a demigod so quickly, he was more surprised by something else. Rala obtained the elemental goddess crown? I understand now. Understand what? Chinrue asked curiously. He had never understood why the three Lords of Light would treat Rala so favorably. They even gave the news of the Earth Origin Fragment to him, their sworn enemy, for free, even at the risk of falling in the next elemental war in order to collect the origin fragments of the 6 elements. I'm very sorry. Due to certain restrictions, I can't tell you right now. Moore showed an apologetic expression. You don't have to apologize. I understand. This answer was actually within Chinrue's expectations. Moore's friendship with him was different from that of the three Lords of Light. If Moore said that he couldn't tell him for the time being, then the restrictions must be significant. Actually, I just hope that Rala will not encounter any unexpected danger. In the future, she may have unimaginably powerful power, but at the same time, it also means that she will have to shoulder heavier responsibilities. Moore's words were exactly the same as the three Lords of Light. No matter what, I will face it with her. Chinrue's voice was not loud, but it was filled with unquestionable firmness. Alice's big eyes flickered. She felt that this man exuded a special charm. It had nothing to do with his appearance. It was his aura and temperament. I suddenly envy Teacher Rala. I also envy Athena and my sister. Fortunately, I settled him with a kiss. At least half of it. If possible, please try your best to find the origin fragment of the fire element. This will be the hope of all elementals. Although Chinrue was curious about what would happen when the 6 element fragments were gathered, he didn't ask much. He just nodded. Don't worry, this is also my promise to the Fire Elemental King. By the way, Can you give me some earth elemental source power? I want to modify something and increase its power. I have already obtained light, fire, and wind elemental source power. Moore was startled. Could it be the 6 elements, universe annihilation? Yes, I have already obtained this structure from the Wind Elemental King. Shinrue shrugged. You won't be angry, right? He is your sworn enemy. In fact, in essence, there is no real opposition between elements. You will understand in the future. Since you have obtained the structure of universe annihilation, then you should know its danger. So I won't be long-winded. You might as well stay here for a while. I will contact Hegel and Lambost as soon as possible and let them come to the Earth realm. Firstly, it is to tell them the news of the emergence of the elemental goddess crown. Secondly, it just happens to help you gather the 6 element source power. Alice's big eyes on the side were even brighter. Staying here for a while is equivalent to spending many days alone with my brother. There is also that game of kissing. Thinking of this, the lowly's face couldn't help but turn into a red apple. At the same time, in another sunny world. Unlike the bright sunshine outside, this huge platform in a valley was shrouded in a gloomy and bloody atmosphere. In the distance of the platform was a group of mysterious people wearing cloaks and masks. Among them sat 2 mysterious people wearing red cloaks. The masks on their faces were also dark red. They were obviously the leaders of the group. In the core area, there were also cloaked people wearing dark gold masks, blood red masks, light red masks, and corresponding gold-rimmed and red-rimmed robes. The rest of the cloaked people were mostly dressed in black robes and golden masks. Everyone's gazes fell on the 2 figures on the platform. They were 2 cloaked people wearing light gold masks. They were currently fighting fiercely. Although the sounds were shocking, the platform only trembled slightly. There was no power leaking out. It was obvious that a strong barrier had been laid down to protect them. Kirks, what do you think of these 2 people? The cloaked man with the dark red mask asked. This action seemed casual, but except for the few people around him, no one could hear the conversation. Rothis. Kirks was another cloaked man in a red robe and red mask. I said long ago that I'm optimistic about Brontosaurus. His strength is worthy of being the first among the destruction messengers. I'm afraid you're wrong this time. Rothis shook his head. I'm optimistic about Shura. He will replace Brontosaurus as the first destruction messenger and obtain the highest qualification to guard the main altar. I admit that Shura is not a simple person. He has been hiding his strength for a long time. It was only when the East Stronghold was surrounded by the Church of Light that he revealed his true strength. He killed the Church's 2-winged angel and rescued Archbishop Solange. Although this person's background is unknown, his hatred for the Church is undeniable. He also has a rather shocking destruction physique. It's reasonable for him to be promoted to Destruction Messenger. However, to say that he can defeat Brontosaurus is a bit exaggerated. Brontosaurus is a veteran national-level powerhouse with rich combat skills and experience. He's only 1 step away from becoming a demigod. Although Shura is one of the best among the new elites, he's no match for him. Rothis thought for a while and said to the side, Crutchwit, pay attention to the battle. Although the battle doesn't care about life and death, these 2 are the Church's elites. Try not to let them suffer any casualties. Understood. A destruction messenger with a dark gold mask and a red robe stood up. Recently, the Church has suffered heavy losses, whether it's their personnel or stronghold. Kirk's voice was very solemn, especially the main altar of fear. The power of the Lord of Fear has been greatly weakened. This is a huge loss that is almost irreparable. Rothis nodded and said, Kirks, what do you think of the magic game created by the dragons? It's quite a wonderful thing. It's full of self-righteous superiority, but it's a good thing for cultivation. It's a pity that we can't benefit from it with our strength. We can only be spectators, and we can't enter the dungeon. I've heard some of the Church members who entered the dungeon describe the scene in it. It gives me a strange feeling, but it should be an illusion. All right, let's not talk about this boring thing. At present, our focus should be on the protection of the existing resources. The results of so many years of hard work and construction must not be destroyed. Yes, although we have the greatest trump card, we must not relax. Otherwise, even if the Almighty will eventually descend, it will be greatly weakened. Kirk stretched out a finger. So, there must be no more mistakes in the main altar of fear. As he spoke, the situation of the battle suddenly changed. Brontosaurus's fierce attack forced Shura to retreat. With a loud shout, silver lightning flashed all over his body. His hands turned into claws, aiming at Shura in the air. Lightning burial prison. The Shura's body was instantly intertwined with countless bolts of lightning, forming a square cage. The cage instantly erupted with a terrifying light, completely engulfing the Shura inside. Witnessing this scene, Crutchwit, the great messenger of destruction, moved his fingers slightly, as if he was about to make a move. However, he seemed to have discovered something and stopped. After the cage engulfed Shura, it completely exploded, turning into nothingness along with the person inside. However, the nothingness turned into a black hole. In the blink of an eye, the black hole condensed into a black-robed figure, imitating Brontosaurus's posture and pressing both claws. This gesture surprised Brontosaurus. What made him even more shocked was that countless intertwining lightning appeared around his body, instantly forming a square cage. This was his own unique skill. Brontosaurus, who was surrounded by lightning, felt his hair stand on end. A strong sense of crisis made him sure that all of this was not an illusion. He immediately shrank his body into a ball and formed a strange seal with both hands. Countless mirror-like rays of light appeared around his body. The lightning in the cage struck the mirror, causing the mirror to crack. At the same time, many of the lightning rays were reflected back. Finally, the shining lightning rays were extinguished. Although Brontosaurus was still standing in the field, his whole body was scorched black, and his aura was greatly weakened. After all, what he had just received was his own unique skill, and he was unable to use more power to protect himself in a hurry. Brontosaurus suddenly raised his head and saw Shura's figure in the sky. Shura's red eyes exuded a biting cold aura of destruction. Star explosion. The brilliant starlight of death reflected the despair in Brontosaurus's eyes. Even if he was at his peak, he might not be able to withstand this move, let alone in his current state of exhaustion. The dazzling starlight was extinguished in an instant. It was extinguished in a palm. A figure with a dark golden mask and a red cloak appeared in the field. It was Crutchwit, the great messenger of destruction. Patriarch Rothus' voice sounded. Shura, Brontosaurus, this battle was very exciting. Both of you are the elites of the church. No matter which one of you is injured, it is a loss for the church. No matter the result of this battle, the church has gained the two strongest messengers of destruction. Kirks and I have unanimously decided that both of you will receive the highest guardian rights and corresponding rewards. I hope you can work together to protect the most important main altar. Yes, Shura and Brontosaurus bowed at the same time. Hearing the three words main altar, a strange light suddenly appeared in their red eyes, and the corners of their mouths under the mask revealed a trace of a meaningful smile. Chapter 1002. After solving the matter of the Earth Realm, Chunrui, who left Mountain Shillong, did not return directly to the Dark Moon Estate. Instead, he went to the Blue Lake mountain range. After obtaining the Dark Source Power and Water Source Power from the Dark Elemental King Hagel and the Water Elemental King Lambost, he had gathered 6 kinds of source power. The principle of polar universe annihilation was similar to Rala's elemental rage. It used the conflict and fusion between 6 elements to burst out several times of destructive power. In terms of power, it was above Rala's elemental rage but it was only a one-time consumable. The real purpose of Chun Rue's creation of polar universe annihilation was the brilliant thunder light. Polar universe annihilation was attached to the brilliant thunder light, which could exert several times of power. Of course, the production process was also quite dangerous. Even with the architecture diagram provided by the Elemental King, a little carelessness would cause a terrible explosion, and the maker's life would be in danger. However, this kind of danger was zero for Chun-Rui because he would complete the entire manufacturing process in the refinery of the super system. Even if an accident occurred due to failure, it would not endanger himself. The only thing to pay attention to was the success rate. The elemental source power was the purest power of the Elemental King's law. Separating it from the king's body would cause considerable damage. When Chun-Rui obtained the 6 kinds of source power for Rala, he spent a lot of effort, fighting, and scheming. Although he was on good terms with the 6 elemental kings now and easily obtained the source power, he only had one of the 6 types of source power on hand. There was no spare. Once he failed, it would be difficult to ask the 6 kings for it again. He must succeed in one go. Therefore, Chun-Rui decided to go to the City of Stars in the Blue Lake mountain range. Firstly, he wanted to concentrate on making polar universe annihilation to complete the enhanced version of Brilliant Thunderlight. Secondly, after he successfully completed the Tree of Nature mission, he received the reward from the legendary prophet Elusir, the Chi Lanya the box full of ancient alchemy civilization relics. For Chun-Rui, the value of the things in this box was by no means measurable by money. It was very likely to upgrade the level 3 alchemy civilization city, the City of Stars, to level 4 directly. Chun-Rui wanted to leave, but the lowly had something to say. Alice had a great time during this period. Since the Water Elemental King and the Dark Elemental King needed time to get here, she dragged Chun-Rui to play around the Shillong mountain range and town layout of the Shadow Empire. In the past few years, Alice had been busy taking care of the business of Princess Villa and Princess Retail Store. She was also the only sister of the Empress, the little princess of the Empire. The pressure she endured was far from what ordinary girls could compare with, especially when she witnessed Chun-Rui and her sister and other women sticking together. The girl's heart was even more depressed. Ever since the tent incident in the Black Rainforest that day, the biggest burden in the young girl's heart had been removed. Her whole person seemed to be excited and relaxed, and she had once again returned to the Lolita with an amazing aura and boundless energy. These days, she had let go of everything and played for a while, feeling happier than she had ever been. Unfortunately, although the little Princess Royal Highness tried her best, the kiss game did not succeed again. The most successful time was just to trick her brother into kissing her face. For this reason, Alice puffed up her face in front of Chun-Rui more than once, denouncing some people's special obsession with big-breasted aliens. In fact, Chun-Rui was not the big-breasted alien fetish that Alice mentioned. Big-breasted aliens were also a scarce resource. Peaches had their own delicious taste, and green apples also had their own delicious taste. The problem was psychological. In terms of human age, Alice's age was actually not a lowly anymore. In other words, the former lowly had been successfully cultivated, but what was unsuccessful was the small body with a height of only 1 meters and a chest that was almost like an airport. She was indeed an out-and-out little lowly. Although such a young body could give people a special feeling, and even normal physiological reactions would become abnormally strong, perhaps influenced by some concepts in his previous life. Chun-Rui always had a delusion of committing a crime in his heart. It's better to let nature take its course. It's best to be smooth until you grow a little taller. That's not right. I won't say anything. Anyway, whatever I say will make me cry. I'm a beast, knowing that Chun-Rui was going to the City of Stars in the Blue Lake mountain range. Alice, who was a frequent visitor of the City of Stars, naturally wanted to follow, but she was rejected by Chun-Rui. He still had a lot of business on this trip, especially the manufacturing of Universe's annihilation, which required concentration. Alice was naturally extremely dissatisfied with this. Chen Rue coaxed her for a long time, and he finally had to use a killer move. He used a long-awaited kiss to settle this little princess. Chen Rue went straight to the Blue Lake mountain range, and Alice was escorted back to the Dark Moon by General Tim of the Wallen Fortress. After entering the central control room of the City of Stars, Chen Rue took out the space box given by Elusier. After the central life crystal, Crystal Phoenix, he came to a surprising conclusion that surprised Chen Rue. These relics are actually from the capital of the highest level 6 civilization. The City of Stars is still only a level 3 civilization city. Even the Ferris wheel that Chen Rue encountered on the Island of Storms is only a level for Civilization City. In the city civilization level of the ancient alchemy civilization, level 1 and level 2 were a level called Fortress. Level 3 and level 4 were a level called City. Level 5 was another dividing line called City. This was already a fairly developed civilization, equivalent to the level of the Dark Moon in the entire fallen angel empire. However, above the level 5 civilized city, there was the highest level 6 civilized capital. The capital required the entire empire's overall civilization level to reach a certain level to evolve and be unique. At that time, the ancient alchemy civilization had countless empires of various sizes, but only the 4 most powerful empires each had a civilization capital. Chen Rue once guessed that these relics might be a level 5 city, but he did not expect it to exceed his expectations. It was actually the highest level 6 capital. According to the preliminary analysis of Crystal Phoenix, the current cultivation pool had transformed a lot of materials for upgrading to a level 4 civilization. Coupled with the crystal that Chen Rue brought back from the mysterious place previously and the most precious capital level materials brought back this time, it should be possible to make the City of Stars jump 2 levels and directly upgrade it to a level 5 civilization city. When upgrading from a level 2 civilization fortress to the current level 3 civilization city, there were 2 new special buildings. The first was the enhanced creature warehouse, which could strengthen the various qualities of the city's alchemy life. For example, the strength of the golden lamp spirits created by the original condition was A, then it could reach A+ now. The second was the cultivation pool. The function of this building was extremely powerful. Not only could it research and cultivate new alchemy creatures such as Titan, but it could also cultivate more refined energy blocks and use existing materials to transform various materials necessary to upgrade the civilization. The only drawback was that it was slow. Upgrading to a level for civilization did not add any new buildings, but the number of soldiers that could be controlled had increased by 5 times. The gremlin servants could reach 300,000, 150,000 crystal beasts, 75,000 lamp spirits, 15,000 assemble puppets, and 1,500 giant crystal beasts. Not only that, the fortress's attack and defense capabilities, the production speed of creatures, the research function of the cultivation pool, and the speed of material transformation would all be greatly enhanced. Some elite-level alchemy lives were expected to have a super evolution of a great realm promotion. In other words, especially the giant crystal beasts and titans whose strength was limited to the demon overlord level, it was possible to evolve to the kingdom level. After upgrading to a level 5 civilization, the entire civilization city would undergo qualitative changes. The most prominent was the spatialization of the city. It was like a large space that was far better than the appearance. According to Chen Rue's understanding, it was equivalent to a space carrier similar to an aircraft carrier that could carry a large number of people and troops. In terms of weapons, there would also be a new rule weapon similar to the power of the rule, which was extremely powerful. However, this kind of rule weapon not only required the strongest energy block, but also required special rule energy. According to Crystal Phoenix's confirmation, this kind of rule energy could be transformed by the rule fragment in Chen Rue's hand. A rule fragment of the early stage of the kingdom could be transformed into 10 1,000 units of rule energy blocks. Since he distributed the rule fragments to his relatives and friends for training, there were not many rule fragments and rule crystal balls left in Chen Rui's hand. According to Chen Rui, the rule fragments and the rule crystal balls could only be obtained in a mysterious UFO. The source was those powerful wandering souls. The mysterious entrance was the most mysterious fifth floor of the ancient magic tower of the Shadow Empire. A powerful seal was set there. Even the peak pseudo-god Charlie or Satan could only barely open the entrance when the seal was at its weakest. It had passed the best period now, and Chenrue's strength could not open the seal at all. However, he had the Stargate, the best cheating tool. Back then, he left a star point in the UFO. With only a Stargate, he could enter and exit the UFO freely, hunt wandering souls, and obtain the rule fragments. Speaking of which, it was an excellent training place. Not only could Chenrue go there himself, but he could also bring Rala, Paglio, and the others with him. Paglio desperately burned the power of his bloodline in the battle at the Golden Radiance underground palace. He almost died of exhaustion, but it was a blessing in disguise. He accidentally activated and integrated the bloodline inheritance power contained in the Thunderbolt flail. Now, the poison dragon could easily exert the power of the Thunderbolt flail, and he could also get special power feedback from the Thunderbolt flail. There were signs of him advancing to the peak of the kingdom. The actual combat in the UFO could allow the poison dragon to break through the realm faster, and so could others. However, the UFO was also full of danger. If one was not careful, they would be engulfed by the UFO ocean. Even the peak demigod had the possibility of dying. Therefore, Chenrue had to go for this kind of training. If there was an emergency, he could use the star position fusion of the star sealing platform and the Stargate to escape. However, whether it was the rule weapon of the level 5 Alchemy Civilization City or the training in the UFO, it was a matter for later. At present, the City of Stars already had the hardware conditions to upgrade to level 5, so he only needed to confirm the automatic upgrade. It would take about 3 months. Chen Rui's return to the demon realm this time was only temporary because the mission in the human world had not been completed yet. The time of Prince Arthur's disappearance had to be controlled. It couldn't be delayed for too long. In addition, he also got the most important new message from Shura's consciousness, the main altar of hatred. This news was enough to make Chenrue change his original plan. But one thing would not change. That was, the main altar must be destroyed. Chapter 1003. In the Dark Moon's house. Dad, are you leaving again? Little Duo looked at Chenrue with red eyes. She hugged his neck tightly and refused to let go. Chenrue kissed his daughter's delicate face again and again. Duo baby, Dad is going to do something important. I will come back to play with you, okay? Is Dad going to fight those bad guys? Yes. Duo is going to. It seemed that in order to show her combat power, Little Phoenix tightened her dad's neck, which was a bit like Alice strangling her neck. Chenrue felt his daughter's vigor and wiped the sweat on his head. Duo is still young now. Dad will bring Duo to fight together in the future. Dad, Duo is very powerful. Duo raised her little fist. Her body soared and turned into a red light. The red light faintly showed the shape of a phoenix. The temperature of the entire courtyard suddenly rose. The red light flew to the corner of the courtyard like lightning. A pig's head object that seemed to be carved out of metal was swept by the red light, and it suddenly burst open. Chenrue noticed that it was not the fragments that burst open, but the melted liquid. Duodwa's strength after hatching was Demon Emperor. After being born in a human body, her strength had declined, but her growth speed was quite fast. Her actual age was less than 2 years old now, but she had already reached the strength of Demon Emperor. Coupled with her fire physique and Asmodeus royal family's bloodline power, her potential was not inferior to the Phoenix's body. It was just that, for a baby who was only more than 1 year old, this game was too dangerous for the people around the baby. When shopping, Duo crashed and destroyed things related to the pigs head more than once. Even the braised pig's head and other related industries that were popular with the Dark Moon residents were once extinct. After the red light destroyed the target, it quickly condensed into the form of Duo. She floated proudly in the air. Look! The angry Duo. This is the ultimate move that Daddy taught me. The sweat on Chunrue's forehead increased. Back then he had been an unscrupulous, adoptive father, teaching little Phoenix, the angry bird. Now, the adoptive daughter had become his biological daughter, and retribution had fallen on his head. Kia rushed forward and hugged Duo, who was about to continue making trouble, and looked at Chunrue with dissatisfaction. It's all your fault. Look at what you've taught Duo. Chunrue laughed awkwardly and coaxed his daughter. Duo is a good girl. Listen to your aunties. Once Daddy gets rid of those bad guys who are preventing me from accompanying my Duo baby, I can accompany Duo often in the future. Little Phoenix's big eyes lit up as he tilted his head and thought for a moment, and to accompany Mama and aunties, this sentence made all the girls smile warmly. Kia kissed Duo hard. Baby, your aunties didn't dote on you in vain. Alice on the side quickly pointed to her nose. Duo noticed this prompt action and added, and Sister Alice. The Lolita princess suddenly smiled like a flower, and then righteously corrected Duodwa's mistake. It's Auntie. Sister. Duo insisted on her own judgment of the proportion between the height and the address of Auntie. Ani. Alice also insisted on her own identity. She must not let her brother's daughter call her sister. This was already a habitual battle. Usually the two big and small Lolitas would confront each other for a long time, but today was obviously not the time. So Jia said, Alice. Alice was uncharacteristically obedient and even looked very ladylike. This time, the Lolita was full of confidence. She even kissed her brother's lips. Jia didn't notice these small changes in her sister. She walked to Chunrue. Be careful. In the past few years, as the queen of the fallen angel empire, Jia's monarch deterrence had become stronger and stronger. Her rule over the fallen angel empire was almost no less than the absolute control of Rex the Great. The power in her hands was not only military, but also economic and media. She used both power and kindness. Not only did her subjects obey her, but the people also followed her lead. However, this iceberg queen, who was majestic in front of her subjects, had a kind of touching style that was the complete opposite of her usual indifference when she was alone with a certain royal highness. Especially under the stimulation of competition due to Athena's pregnancy, many things that had been restrained before were completely let go. This naturally benefited a certain pervert. After coaxing and deceiving, he conquered the last position that Her Majesty Empress had been holding. As a result, Her Majesty Empress, who suffered a serious hip injury, could only lie on the bed and read official documents the next day. What made Chunrue a little dumbfounded was that Jia also had a booklet in her hand, which recorded in detail the number of times Chunrue and Athena had been intimate before he went to the human world, positions, and other details. It was obviously leaked from the little succubus. Under the strong request of Her Majesty Empress, he was speechless and reenacted it according to the booklet n times. Those actions were familiar because he had practiced it many times on the little maid. The fun of sex was to let go of the body and mind, fully immerse and integrate spirit and desire. If there were so many strict rules and routines, it would spoil the fun. However, when the action was intense, Her Majesty Empress, who had climaxes repeatedly, had obviously entered a state of absent-mindedness. How could she remember the number of times? It was easy to fool him. It could be foreseen that this secrets of female pregnancy would be popular in the harem. He didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. I know, Your Majesty. Looking at the cold and beautiful face of Her Majesty Empress, Chunrue thought of the gentle affection behind the coldness. He winked at her, and his eyes deliberately went to her hips. Her Majesty Empress suddenly couldn't keep her cool. She blushed and glared at him fiercely. Chinrue laughed and stepped forward to hug Jia. Then he hugged Athena and Kia one by one. Then he glanced at Delia. Uncle Lomont immediately stood in front of Delia vigilantly. Speechless, Chinrue stepped forward and hugged Lomont heavily. To be precise, this heavily made Lomont's bones squeak in protest under the terrible pressure. Uncle Lomont grimaced in pain from the hug. Delia smiled and stepped forward to gently hug Chinrue, who was holding Lomont. "Captain, come back soon and take care of Athena." Lomont and his wife had a special affection for Chinrue. The three of them had gone through fire and water together. Except for Lomont's occasional mischievous uncle-in-law, they usually called each other Captain. "Yes." Chinrue responded and nodded to Miss Emerald and Alice. Paglio had been practicing in seclusion these days to further comprehend the thunderbolt flail, so he did not appear. A light blue light gate with faint starlight appeared in sight. Chinrue was about to go in when Alice suddenly rushed up from behind. She went around to the front and kissed him heavily on the mouth. "Brother, come back early. Remember our kiss promise." Chinrue instantly felt countless sharp, blade-like gazes behind him. The fiercest one was obviously a certain sister, Her Majesty. He felt guilty for a while, and he finally understood what it meant to be uneasy. Once Alice's move succeeded, she immediately let go and retreated. She looked like she wanted to say something, but was hesitant to do so. At this moment, Miss Duo accidentally added, "I want to kiss Daddy too." Chinrue almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He fled into the Stargate quickly. Master Slime's loud voice came from behind. "Master, kiss, so handsome." On the other side of the Stargate, the disappearance of Prince Arthur had become more and more serious. Arthur publicly refused to marry at the wedding, causing Princess Rambus, who had been waiting for 7 years, to vow never to marry for the rest of her life was already known to the world. From the perspective of the country's interests, running away from marriage or refusing to marry for the rest of her life were just trivial matters. What was important was the Ryo Empire's face. However, the subsequent death and disappearance of Prince Arthur was different. Arthur Roland was not only the fiancé of Princess Rambus and the third prince of the Long Huang Empire, but he was also the lord of the largest territory of the Long Huang Empire, Jinyao territory. He was also the humans' first mechanic grandmaster. This was no longer a simple political marriage incident. Whether Arthur was missing or dead, the bad impact caused was far from comparable to the previous marriage rejection incident. The relationship between the two holy empires, Long Huang and Blue Glory, had become tense as a result. Various rumors were spreading, and some of the surrounding kingdoms also seemed depressed. However, the higher-ups of both sides knew that although the impact of this incident was serious, it was far from the point of falling out. At present, the biggest keyword was still politics rather than war. As long as the bargaining chips were enough to achieve the needs of interests, the relationship between the two countries would not deteriorate because of this. In this incident, the most depressed one was Victor of the Ryo Empire. He originally thought that once his sister Rambus got married, the forces he controlled would disappear. No one could threaten his right to the throne anymore. Who knew that there would be such a turn of events? The marriage that was already set in stone was actually rejected by his brother-in-law, Arthur. On the other hand, Rambus took the opportunity to swear that she would never marry for the rest of her life, which completely dispelled the idea of watching from the sidelines. Many neutral forces began to approach Rambus. What made Victor gnash his teeth even more was that after Arthur arrived at the Ryo Empire, he who thought that victory was in his grasp was carried away by the impending victory. As he relaxed, Rambus took the opportunity to exert her strength, which changed the whole situation in an instant. More than once, Victor suspected that Arthur and Rambus had colluded long ago and cooperated to put on such a good show of rejecting the marriage. However, this did not benefit Arthur at all. Even the current disappearance and life-threatening danger could not be justified no matter what. The shock within the Long Huang Empire was also not small. Many families or forces that were optimistic about Arthur had already restrained themselves. The happiest ones were naturally the original competitors of Arthur. At present, the Jinyao territory was still developing rapidly due to the two magic weapons, the yellow dragon wine and the magic game helmet, plus the management of Isabella and others. However, the Jinyao territory had undoubtedly become a big fat piece of meat. The second prince, Garfield, had more than once requested Rex the Great to temporarily take care of the Jinyao territory on his behalf with the reason that the territory cannot be without an owner, but he was rejected. The mechanics industry also showed a high degree of concern about the disappearance of this Grand Master. Grand Master Kukui, who had a good relationship with Arthur, publicly announced that if anyone could provide the whereabouts of Arthur or find Arthur, he would receive a generous reward from him, which included a powerful quasi-artifact. This news stimulated many mercenaries. The mission of Find Arthur had also become popular all over the world, but unfortunately there was no result. The only one who was certain was the top management of the Church of Light, which was originally the most chaotic, because they had received the latest news from Raphael. Not only did Prince Arthur not die, but he also made a great contribution. His guardian destroyed the main altar of the Black Death Apostles. In the midst of the chaos, no one knew that the missing person had disguised himself as a waiter and walked into the Lord's mansion in the Jinyao territory. He intended to give Isabella and Rala a surprise. Sure enough, outside the hall of the Lord's mansion, he heard the voices of Isabella and Rala talking. However, the voices seemed to be more than two people talking. There was also a woman's voice, which was vaguely familiar. It wasn't Veronica or Fair. He couldn't remember who it was at the moment. Chenrue walked slowly into the hall and saw an unfamiliar woman beside Rala and Isabella. This woman had long dark blue hair, fair skin, and ordinary appearance. However, Chenrue had a strange feeling that the woman in front of him was just a facade. To be specific, the race of the super system was shown as soul body, but the comprehensive strength assessment was unable to judge. A soul body with unable to judge strength. Chenrue's pupils suddenly contracted. There was only one person who met this condition that he was familiar with, a very scary woman, regardless of scheming or strength. She was comparable to people like Raphael, Michael, and Satan. He originally thought that this woman had been annihilated at the peak of the Holy Mountain. He didn't expect that she didn't die and found this place. Chapter 1004. When Chenrue walked into the hall, the woman seemed to feel something. She turned to look at him and frowned. Rala and Isabella followed her gaze. They didn't recognize Chenrue at first, but when they saw the familiar eyes, they seemed to understand. The woman sensed something, and a strange smile flashed across her face. Chenrue felt a burst of heat on his wrist, and a 6-star mark gradually emerged. His face changed. This mark should have disappeared, but unexpectedly, it appeared again under the woman's power. He knew that his whereabouts had been exposed. With a thought, Rala and Isabella disappeared at the same time. They had been taken into the star conferring platform. This move was indeed the strongest move to protect the people around him. Lord Ben Hong, how have you been? This woman was Ben Hong, who came to the human world from the demon realm with Chenrue that day. In the battle at the top of the Holy Mountain of Light, Ben Hong, who had always been very friendly to Chenrue, revealed his true fangs and made Chenrue into a human bomb to threaten Michael. Chenrue had always relaxed his vigilance against Ben Hong, but he still fell into the trap and almost died because of it. Although Chenrue took a risk in the end and used Shura's doppelganger to deceive the two fake gods, and finally escaped with the Breeze shadow boots, Ben Hong's wisdom and strength left an extremely deep impression on him. The 6-star mark on his wrist was originally where Ben Hong was parasitized, and it could provide the power of deprivation 3 times. Chen Rui only had time to use it once against Dragon Emperor Pelgoris in Rizuku, and then he experienced the battle at the top of the Holy Mountain of Light. At that time, after he used the spatial artifact Tower of Glory to escape, he felt that the 6-star mark disappeared, and the power of deprivation also disappeared, so he thought that Ben Hong was already dead. Unexpectedly, the other party was not dead and even came to him. As soon as Chen Rui finished speaking, he immediately teleported and appeared in the wilderness of the Jinyao territory in a few moments. There's no need to rush to escape. Ben Hong's voice sounded unhurriedly behind him. I just want to find a quiet place where it's convenient to talk. Chen Rui stopped. In front of Lord Ben Hong. How can a small character like me have the unrealistic idea of escaping? Ben Hong suddenly laughed as if he heard the world's funniest joke. That voice was as sweet as a silver bell. Chen Rui secretly gathered his power and entered a state of high alert. He was very clear about this woman's ruthlessness. Killing someone while talking and laughing was nothing. Ben Hong did not make a move. He slowly stopped laughing. The word unrealistic is well used. It's as if I heard the sound of a slap in the face, not only to me, but also to that egomaniac Michael. Back then, I brought a small character like you into the sacred mountain and had a fierce battle with Michael. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses, but you, a small character, swaggered away safely with the seal of wind. This slap in the face is really loud. I'm ashamed to say it. It was just a fluke. Chen Rui's expression was neither servile nor overbearing. He and Ben Hong could be considered old acquaintances, so some gestures were superfluous. But Lord Ben Hong's appearance surprised me. Even I was surprised myself. In that situation at that time, I actually escaped from Michael. It's all thanks to the influence of the Tower of Glory on the space. Otherwise, even if I tried my best, I wouldn't be able to escape through the space crack. Chen Rui then realized that Ben Hong's escape was actually thanks to him. He couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart. Finding you wasn't easy, but it wasn't difficult either. Ben Hong smiled slightly. At least I'm not too stupid. Or rather, Prince Arthur's reputation is too loud, so it will inevitably attract the attention of a boring person like me. Especially when I saw your dragon's little wife, it confirmed my guess. Although she changed her appearance, she still couldn't hide from me. I have to marvel here. Her advancement speed is really amazing, just like the identities of Royal Highness and Mechanic Grandmaster. By the way, the space power just now was also quite amazing. I didn't even see how they disappeared. The amount of information in these words is a little bit too much. Chen Rui frowned slightly, showing a pondering look. Maybe I'm overthinking, but I don't think Sir came here to thank me for saving your life. Why not? Your Royal Highness. When he said the word, Your Royal Highness, Ben Hong's smile was a little more playful. I should really thank you. I finally understand what you mean. You're threatening me. Chen Rui also smiled. Unfortunately, this identity and the people related to this identity don't have much to do with me. I became this prince just for a few important things. So, not long ago, I rejected a very advantageous political marriage. Now that the things are basically in my hands, I will leave soon. If you want to thank me by thanking those unrelated guys, just do as you please. I have no opinion. Having said that, if Ben Hong really wanted to do something to the Long Huang Empire, especially people like Fei and Veronica, Chen Rui naturally couldn't sit back and watch. However, the most important thing was actually not the human world, but the demon realm. Ben Hong also knew a little about the demon realm's details. Once he returned to the demon realm to retaliate, that would be the most terrible. Identities like Jia and Catherine were basically inescapable. Besides, Athena was now pregnant. The consequences were simply unimaginable. Thinking of this, Chen Rui's heart surged with a strong murderous intent against Ben Hong. In any case, I must try to kill this enemy who is a huge threat to my family and friends. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I actually feel your murderous intent." Chinrue knew that Ben Hong's senses were extremely keen, so he immediately shook his head. "Of course it's an illusion. How can I have such a ridiculous idea when facing an absolutely invincible peak pseudo-god? I'm just thinking about how to save my life. I don't think this idea is ridiculous at all, especially after I luckily escaped from the holy mountain." Ben Hong took a deep look at him. "Besides, I don't think I can definitely kill you. On the contrary, if I am slightly careless, your ridiculous idea may become a reality." "Sir Ben Hong, you think too highly of me." Chinrue responded verbally, but his mind was quickly thinking about how to get rid of this evil guest. "It's not that I think highly of you, but the battle of the holy mountain taught me a good lesson." There was a strange look in Ben Hong's eyes. "I don't know how to describe you. Although your strength is low, and this low does not rule out the possibility that it is only temporary and full of variability, it is certain that you have unimaginable abilities. You have the chapter of earth and can use it at will. You have the tower of glory, the origin of destruction, and many other incredible abilities. My biggest question now is, are you the demons? Or a human? Or some special existence? Reincarnata? Don't tell me that the last time you destroyed the holy kingdom of my doppelganger was just an illusion. Not a reincarnator, but a transmigrator." Chinrue added in his heart and shook his head. "It's just a special kingdom effect combined with a tool. If it really was a holy kingdom, then forgive me for being rude, but the one who needs to escape now is not me, but Sir." "Is that so?" Ben Hong smiled, and the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became cold. "I admit that I have underestimated you. No matter who you are, this time I will not make the same mistake." The extremely oppressive force field had raised Chinrue's power to the peak like a taut bowstring, ready to be fired at any moment. In the battle at the peak of the holy mountain, Ben Hong's soul body had been repeatedly injured by Michael, and it was obvious that he had not fully recovered yet. However, the strength of a peak pseudo-god was not something that Chinrue could resist at present. Even with a series of escape treasures, such as the demonic fly transformation, the Tower of Glory, and the Stargate, it was not easy to successfully escape under the full vigilance of the other party. Ben Hong's pupils suddenly shrank, and she saw a round object in Chinrue's hand. The central part was a white polyhedron, engraved with the imprint of ancient runes, and around it were faint lights of 6 colors. A strong sense of danger told Ben Hong that this was a terrifying weapon. Once it was activated, even she would be severely injured. Brilliant Thunder, a powerful explosive weapon personally created by the supreme angel Raphael. However, I feel that this kind of power is not enough to deal with pseudo-gods, so I use the 6 elemental origin forces to create the extreme universe annihilation to enhance its lethality. Chinrue keenly captured the surprise in Ben Hong's eyes and said with a smile, "Lord Ben Hong is indeed knowledgeable. It seems that there is no need for me to explain what the extreme universe annihilation is. The strongest killing move of the 6 elements. If the 6 great existences of the elemental plane joined forces to cast it, even the gods would have to be wary of it. But you actually made it into a tool to enhance it. What a waste of a sledgehammer." Ben Hong snorted coldly. "You were able to gather the 6 elemental origin forces and successfully create the extreme universe annihilation. It seems that you have a close relationship with the 6 great kings. If this was the elemental plane, then I would be the one running away. Unfortunately, the elemental plane has long been sealed, and the elemental kings that appeared on the main plane are only weak projections, not even a billionth of their power." A sealed elemental plane? Chenrue's heart stirred, but he did not linger on this question. He just shrugged. "As I said earlier, I came to the human world for a few things, and the Order of the Wind is only one of them. Now, the one I want to show you has a special meaning to you, Lord. Please appraise it." As he spoke, a silver-white cup appeared in his other hand. The metal surface of the cup was engraved with the image of a wing, faintly emitting a gentle light. This is... As a soul, Ben Hong could clearly feel the wonderful aura emitted by this cup. Just by sensing it from this distance, he felt that his soul power was much more peaceful. One of the three holy objects of light, the Holy Grail. Ben Hong's strange expression fell into Chun Rui's eyes, and the smile on his face became even wider. It also has a name that you are very familiar with, the silver box, one of the silver boxes that contains the origin of creation. It really is the container of creation. Ben Hong's eyes lit up again. Its power seems to be, that's right, the power of this Holy Spirit can nourish and repair damaged souls. After saying this, the Holy Grail disappeared from Chun Rui's hand again. Not only that, it also has a special function. It can further strengthen the understanding of the origin of creation. Right now, you are like threatening me with a knife in one hand and tempting me with a bag of money in the other. Ben Hong laughed tenderly. The murderous intent in the air did not weaken, but instead became stronger. Do you think this kind of trick can scare me? Sir Ben Hong, we can be considered old friends. We are not completely ignorant of each other. Chun Rui's expression did not change. Sir, do you still remember what I said last time? There is a person I have been looking for, and it is very likely that she is in the Holy Mountain. Unfortunately, I did not have much time to investigate last time. Now, I have confirmed her position in the Holy Mountain, and I have not given up on a certain idea. Ben Hong's eyes narrowed, and Chun Rui did not avoid looking straight into her eyes. The origin of creation of the Holy Mountain of Light had always been Ben Hong's biggest goal, and he could not easily give it up. Ben Hong nodded slightly. You are indeed a smart person. You have already guessed my intention. Since we both have the same goal, we might as well cooperate again on the basis of equality. However, you have seen the protective power of the Holy Mountain the last time. Do you have the confidence to enter again? Of course. Have you forgotten that the Holy Grail just now is one of the three holy artifacts of light? Chun Rui gently waved the brilliant thunder in his hand, and this thing was personally given to me by Raphael. It seems that the prince's identity carries more weight than I thought. Ben Hong's smile was a little more charming, and the ice-cold killing intent finally began to fade bit by bit. Not only the prince, but also others. Sir, you will know soon. Chun Rui waved the 6-star mark on his wrist. Sir, your means are also stronger than I thought. I thought I had already gotten rid of it, but I did not expect it to still be there. It is just some small means of life force. After all, my soul has once resided there. Don't worry, it will not affect you in any way. Otherwise, I believe you would have sensed it long ago. Now, you can continue to use the remaining 2 deprivation powers. Chun Rui nodded, his gaze falling on Ben Hong's face, and said indifferently, the brilliant thunder of light, the Holy Grail, the prince's special relationship with the Holy Mountain. These are enough to prove my sincerity. Since Sir has said that we are cooperating on equal terms, then I would like to know what sincerity Sir can offer. I can help you completely control the Tower of Glory. Even if you do not have the corresponding strength, you will be able to use it freely. As long as you can truly control the Tower of Glory, you will be able to increase your combat power to a whole new level. Not only that, it also has a special spatial function, and it will not be difficult to take someone away, even in the Holy Mountain of Light. As for the things that happened between us before, let's write them off. Before going to the Holy Mountain, I need to borrow the help of your Holy Grail to recover the damage to my soul and strength. Chun Rui raised his eyebrows, thought for a moment, and smiled. Deal! Chapter 1005. It was not that Ben Hong didn't want to get rid of Chun Rui, but from the perspective of interests, she currently needed to use Chun Rui's power to enter the Holy Mountain of Light again to realize the origin of creation. After all, this was the most important purpose of her coming to the human world after lurking for so many years. Qin Rui's desire to kill Ben Hong was even stronger because Ben Hong had threatened the safety of his most cherished family and friends in the demon realm. His cooperation with Ben Hong was not for interests, but it was forced by the situation. Whether it was the brilliant light thunder or the Holy Grail, it was not enough to really control Ben Hong. It only increased the weight of the chips in his hands, so that he could compete for the best result under the comparison of his current strength. As for the Tower of Glory, it was an unexpected gain, but it was also a stepping stone for the cooperation between the two sides. Ben Hong proposed to continue to live on the 6-star mark on Chen Rui's wrist, but Chen Rui refused with the reasons of training and living needs, and it was not convenient for the time being. He only said that he would live there when the time was right to go to the Holy Mountain of Light. Chen Rui tried to lead the topic to the equality contract, but it was also quietly changed by Ben Hong. After personally experiencing Chen Rui abolishing the pseudo-god contract and the strange power of the Holy Kingdom, at least in terms of ability and scheming, Ben Hong no longer had the high and mighty mentality of looking down on Chen Rui. Instead, he regarded Chen Rui as almost an equal opponent. With the lessons learned from the Battle of the Holy Mountain, both Chen Rui and Ben Hong were more wary of each other. In fact, the real trump cards of both sides were definitely more than what was seen on the surface. Whether it was asking a tiger for its skin or the aureole behind, no one was sure. Just like that, Ben Hong stayed in the Lord's mansion. Chen Rui then explained the origin of Ben Hong to Rala and Isabella. Even Rala was taken aback. She didn't expect that this guest who came to visit and had a considerable understanding of magic was actually the powerful false god in the silver box of the Dark Moon Estate. However, this terrifying enemy had now walked out of the shadows and into the light. He was now a temporary ally with common interests. In any case, before heading to the Holy Mountain of Light, Ben Hong did not pose too much of a threat. In the evening, Long Huang Empire Imperial Palace. Rex the Great was deep in thought on his throne. The recent disappearance of Arthur had complicated the relationship between him and the Ryo Empire. He had to sort things out carefully to maximize his benefits. In reality, his father, who had a bloodline connection with him, knew better than anyone that Arthur might have gone missing, but he wasn't dead. At this time, the Imperial Guard Captain, Ours, came to report, "Your Majesty, Princess Phil has something important to report to Your Majesty." Rex the Great pondered for a moment, let her in. Yes. Soon, Princess Fei Air appeared in front of Rex the Great. Rex the Great liked this daughter very much because Fei Air was not only well-behaved and docile, but she was also the daughter of the late Empress Ikarina. Rex the Great could not remember how many women he had in his life. He had already established hundreds of concubines, but the only woman he loved was Ikarina. After Ikarina passed away due to illness, he still had not established another empress. Due to his love for Ikarina, Rex also doted on the 2 children that Ikarina had left behind, Arthur and Feyre. However, Arthur had mysteriously disappeared 7 years ago. Now that he had reappeared, he had caused a series of waves, especially the public rejection of marriage by the Ryo Empire. It was hard to imagine that his son, who had appeared calm and intelligent in front of him, would do such a thing. Not only that, what troubled Rex was that Arthur had disappeared again during this heated rejection of marriage. "Father!" Princess Fei Air's voice interrupted Rex the Great's thoughts. Looking at his daughter, who was standing in front of him, Rex could vaguely see the shadow of Ikarina in her. His eyes became much gentler. "Fei Air, why are you looking for me?" "Father!" Seeing her stuttering, Rex smiled and said, "Are you worried about Proyo? He is now staying in the Ryo Empire as a special envoy to negotiate about the disappearance of Arthur. Why don't I transfer him back to the Ryo Empire?" No. Although Fei Air did not have a particularly good impression of the marriage partner, Proyo, he was still her confirmed fiancé. The young girl's face suddenly turned red. She shook her head vigorously and looked at the guards around her. "Father, can I report this matter to you alone?" Rex nodded and waved his hand to the guards around him. The guards all retreated. "All right, Fay Air, you can speak now." Fay Air stuttered and said, "Actually, it's third brother, Arthur." Rex frowned, and his pupils suddenly shrank. His gaze fell on a figure that was gradually condensing beside Fay Air. His original questioning tone also turned into shock. "Arthur." Originally, Rex the Great had a special bloodline connection to his children, but now he did not know whether it was because of some special concealment ability or because of Fay Air's presence. This missing son had suddenly appeared without any warning. "Your Majesty." Chinrue bowed to Rex. "I'm sorry, father. Fay Air lowered her head. "It has nothing to do with Fay Air." Chenrue smiled and glanced at his younger sister. "I was the one who asked her to keep it a secret for now." Rex felt the clear power of the bloodline and nodded slightly. "Fay Air, go out first. Instruct ours to strengthen the security. Without my orders, no one is allowed to come close." Fay Air gave Chinrue an encouraging look, then bowed and retreated. After Fay Air left, Rex then asked, "Arthur, what happened? Where have you been these past few days?" "I don't know the specific name of that place. I only know that it's an existence similar to hell. If it wasn't for my good luck, my life and soul would have long been annihilated. Just to preserve my life, I had to pay a heavy price. All 3 of my guardians have fallen. With the strength of your 3 guardians, all of them have fallen." Rex was visibly shocked. In his impression, the super-level man with a lazy appearance and a bottle of wine in his hand was the strongest guardian. Even a certain creepy onion had an aura that could make ordinary saint-level experts tremble. Those 3 women were much inferior. However, after receiving the information from Proyo, he found out that the strongest guardian was the mysterious woman with a veil, Rala. She also had another identity. She was the woman of Arthur. Arthur actually had such a powerful woman. The most inconceivable thing was that 3 such powerful guardians had actually fallen. It could be seen how dangerous Arthur had been through. Yes, they are all dead. However, their deaths will not be in vain. Chenrue's face was expressionless, but his eyes were like ice. Even Rex could not help but feel a chill. Rex calmly changed the topic. "Why did you refuse the marriage?" "I remember that when I first met Grandmaster Kukui, His Majesty asked me to stay for a talk." The coldness in Chenrue's eyes gradually disappeared. "Before he left, His Majesty asked me a question. I asked, 'What do you want?'" Rex's memory was quite good. He immediately remembered and snorted. "Refusing the marriage in public and causing a dispute between 2 countries. Is this what you want?" "No, this is not what I want." "Perhaps it is what His Majesty wants." Chinrue shook his head and said something shocking. "Ridiculous." Rex slapped the armrest heavily, and the special metal made a dull echo. He said angrily, "What do you mean by that?" "Does His Majesty remember that I once said to His Majesty, 'Although my reappearance will break the original balance and even destroy more things, I can promise that I will not shake His Majesty's rule. I will only make it more stable.' You did say that, but what you're doing right now is destroying the balance. For the woman whose husband died, for the so-called old love, you are willing to abandon your fiancé who has waited for you for 7 years. And you have slapped Coverant the Great of Blue Brilliance in the face." Facing Rex's undisguised anger, Chinrue smiled and shook his head. "Rambus did not wait for me for 7 years, but was waited by His Majesty for 7 years. In these 7 years, she rose step by step from an ignorant girl to a strong competitor for the throne. I guess His Majesty's hand in the back should have played a considerable role, especially in her initial stage. Although the Ryo Empire is strong, strong fortresses are often conquered from the inside. From this point of view, His Majesty's far-sighted move is a good move." Rex's anger gradually subsided. He looked deeply at Chinrue and did not speak. His index finger began to tap on the armrest again. This was a subconscious habitual action. Usually, this action would only occur under two circumstances. The first was uneasiness, and the second was murderous intent. However, in recent years, the ability and courage that Rambus has shown, including something called ambition, has exceeded His Majesty's expectations. She has also become more and more difficult to control. If she really inherits the Ryo Empire, then that fortress is very likely to be more difficult to conquer. Using a phrase that His Majesty is unfamiliar with, it is making wedding clothes for others. So, after I returned, His Majesty quickly restarted the marriage with the Ryo Empire. Just this decision alone has reshuffled the political situation of the Ryo Empire. Even if the marriage fails, you can still better control some things. Unfortunately, some things are better than others. Now, Rambus has taken advantage of the situation and has really become the climate. If His Majesty wants to use the same trick again, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Continue. Rex's eyes flickered slightly, his fingers still maintaining the habitual tapping rhythm. Chinrue sighed. Human desires are endless, especially the desire for power and control. His Majesty's heart has always been very big. Although the Long Huang Empire is one of the two holy empires, it can no longer satisfy His Majesty's heart. The above is only my guess. If I have offended you, please forgive me, His Majesty. I see that you don't care about the so-called offending or forgiveness at all. Rex sneered. Is that all your guess? His Majesty, the look in your eyes now tells me that you are very conflicted. In fact, this contradiction has always existed. First of all, as a father, I definitely hope that my children are as outstanding as possible, even surpassing myself. Chinrue did not care about Rex's sharp gaze. But as an emperor, often he hopes that his children can have outstanding abilities and can inherit the empire. At the same time, he worries that they are too outstanding and will threaten his position. Am I right, father? Rex's eyes narrowed. Since that time, after so many years, this is the first time you have called me father. If your tone was not so full of sarcasm, I would be happier. Does His Majesty really care about this kind of address? His Majesty has always been an emperor with a strong desire for control. This can be seen from his absolute rule over the Long Huang Empire. However, there are always two sides to everything. Because of your desire for control, you hope that your subjects and even your sons would follow the prescribed route and scope in your subconscious mind. Once they exceeded this scope, you would try to correct this threat or mistake that you deemed threat or mistake. As a prince, I am already outstanding enough. I have far exceeded the expectations of father and even exceeded a certain psychological bottom line. If I really marry a strong assistant like Rambus once I get out of control, I am afraid that father will have even more trouble sleeping and eating. You want me to be outstanding, but don't you want me to be too outstanding? You want to stifle the possible threat that Rambus may pose to the Long Huang Empire in the future through marriage. But you are also worried that the alliance between me and Rambus will shake your throne prematurely. As a monarch, there is nothing wrong with such contradictions. But doesn't His Majesty feel that it is too tiring? If everything really goes according to your limited framework, do you think that a person who has been framed will really have the ability to inherit this country? You are indeed more outstanding than I imagined to be able to guess to this extent. Rex took a deep breath. If you can really inherit the power from my hands, it is very likely that you will become an outstanding emperor and far exceed my achievements. But the premise is that you can wait until that day. There can be many outstanding princes, but there can only be one emperor in the end. You are much stronger and smarter than Luke or Garfield. I don't think you are an impatient fool. The more I test you, the more I feel that I can't see through you. I don't understand why you have to say it so directly. Why can't you learn from Luke and bear it? What should be understood will eventually be understood. Chinrue shrugged and said a proverb that Rex did not understand. He showed an indifferent expression. So the test that His Majesty mentioned refers to the ambush in the Black Rock Mountains? As soon as the sentence came out, Rex's expression changed slightly. His index finger that was tapping on the armrest suddenly stopped. Chapter 1006. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze. As everyone knew, after Prince Arthur left the Long Huang Empire, he entered the Yang Shao Empire. On his way to Garden City, he was assassinated in the Black Rock Mountains. After the first round of assassination failed, the assassins attracted the hill dwarves, wanting to use the power of the dwarves to kill Arthur. Finally, under the mediation of Prince Arthur, the misunderstanding was resolved. These assassins' methods were clever and vicious. Many people guessed that the mastermind was the second prince of Long Huang, Garfield, who had a direct conflict of interest with Arthur, or the Loki Luke. Some even guessed that it was Rambus of the Ryo Empire, but no one would have guessed that it was actually Arthur's father, the Emperor of Long Huang, Rex. Before Rex could speak, Chenrue said a name. Proyo. Rex's eyes were cold. Proyo. In the Battle of the Black Rock Mountains, Proyo did not hesitate to sacrifice his own life to cover my escape. However, as a bystander who did not put himself in the situation, I could see clearly that his orders and words were all to mislead me and the Guardian step by step. He wanted to cause a misunderstanding between us and the dwarves. Fortunately, my Guardian's strength was beyond the opponent's expectations, and I had a good relationship with the dwarf Grandmaster, so we were able to resolve this situation. At that time, I was thinking, if my guess was right, why did Proyo do this? Was he a Black Death apostle? If not, who else could it be that made the fiancé of the Empire's princess risk his life to complete the mission? With this mentality, I asked Drala to do a small test on the fiancé of the sister. Although Proyo was restricted by some kind of soul contract and would not reveal the secret, the power in this world is very mysterious. It is like some things are far beyond your imagination. Father. Actually, it wasn't Rala who tested Proyo. It was Chenrue using Evil Eye's power. That was not a test. It was a test for you. The corner of Rex's eyes moved. In the end, he did not deny it. He said calmly, "If you cannot even pass this test, you are not qualified to be the successor to the throne. Fortunately, you did not disappoint me. This kind of test is actually the result of the conflict between expectation and killing intent. Even if I'm lucky enough to pass this test, there will be a second and third test in the future." Chenrue shook his head. "I don't know when the test will become a real killing field, but these are not what I care about. I only care about one thing now, Your Majesty. Although I admire your calmness, it also makes me even more confused. You can even ignore inheriting the throne. So what exactly are you concerned about?" Chenrue looked at the Emperor on the throne with a burning gaze. "Are you sure that you can control the power you borrowed?" "I don't know what you mean." "You do. But what you don't understand is that when you think you have successfully controlled and protected that power, you have actually failed. Absolute control over the Empire had always been Rex the Great's greatest achievement that he was most proud of." Upon hearing such a doubt, he tapped his index finger on the armrest of the throne even harder and said coldly, "Are you doubting my ability to control the Empire?" "I believe in the power of a certain power." Just as Rex was about to explode, he heard Chenrue add, "My 3 guardians died because of the power behind that power." Rex and Chenrue's eyes suddenly turned cold. A strange feeling welled up in his heart. It was as if this son of the Emperor was the real king that he needed to look up to. He could not help but say, "I only controlled the remaining power of the Cloud Empire. It has nothing to do with the Black Death Apostles. Back then, I used their power to defeat competitors like Sophistry, ascended to the throne, and solidified my rule step by step. Up until now, these people have gradually lost their value and have basically been wiped out by me. Even the remaining forces are firmly under my control. I know the danger of the Black Death Apostles. I won't be stupid enough to let the Long Huang Empire follow in the footsteps of the Cloud Empire. Everything is under my control. So that's why Rex ascended to the throne back then, because he used the power of the remnants of the Cloud Empire. From the looks of it, Veronica's marriage and that Prince Sophistry's accidental death, Chinrue thought quickly. The strange light in his evil eye faded slightly. He took a few steps forward. Behind the Cloud Empire, it has always been the Black Death Apostles. There is no room for luck on this. You made the stupidest mistake. You overestimated yourself. When you think everything is under your control, there are actually many things that are out of your control. I overestimated you before. Even this Long Huang Empire might not be completely under your control. How dare you? Rex had already recovered from his previous palpitation. These words touched his reverse scale. Guards! Werther, the captain of the Imperial Guards, rushed in with the rest of the Imperial Guards. When he saw the missing Prince Arthur, he was shocked. Chinrue acted as if he didn't see the guards. He only looked straight at Rex the Great and said to himself, "In the name of Arthur Roland? No, in the name of Arthur's mother, Icarina Rolandzola, I swear that everything I said is true. If you can really use your own life as a bargaining chip for the best interests of this empire, then you should let this conversation continue, and not selfishly stop because of unpleasant words. Perhaps this will be the last communication between us." Icarina's name shocked Rex. He finally sat down again and didn't give any more orders. He waved his hand at Ars. These guards were Rex's death warriors. Their loyalty was unquestionable. There was no need to tell them things like confidentiality. The guard captain didn't look at Chinrue anymore. He immediately led his men away. Whether it's absolute domination, grand ambitions, or the unification of the world, your dream is to leave a heroic name in human history. But if even human civilization is annihilated, what's the point of this so-called heroic name? Destruction of human civilization? Rex didn't get angry this time. He only said 2 words coldly. Alarmist talk! The ancient alchemy civilization that I inherited was actually only a very small part of it. The alchemy civilization was a powerful civilization that wasn't any weaker than the human world. But it was destroyed by the hands of the evil god worshipped by the Black Death Apostles. Now, no one will know what great kings appeared in the alchemy civilization in millions of years of history. What great achievements did they have? Because the entire civilization has completely disappeared. Rex was finally moved. The last sentence, "no one will know," was like a sharp knife that cut into his heart. If even the entire civilization was destroyed, then what was the meaning of ruling and leaving a name in history? Everything that the Black Death Apostles are doing now is to let the evil god descend into this world. And the absolute control that you think you have now is actually giving the Black Death Apostles countless loopholes that they can exploit. This is equivalent to destroying the entire Long Huang Empire and even the future of the human world. As Chinrue said this, he played the footage of Daruda's abyss destroying the alchemy civilization. The flashing images danced in Rex's eyes, reflecting his shock and horror. Completely eliminate the forces of the Cloud Empire. Perhaps His Majesty already has such a plan, but I still have to formally state this condition. After the video ended, Chinrue waved his hand. A piece of paper flew lightly toward Rex. "This is for His Majesty. Consider it as an exchange. It should be written clearly on it. There's no need for me to say more." Rex took the paper and glanced at it. His expression changed to one of disbelief. "I don't understand. What do you want?" Chinrue pondered for a while and finally said what he really wanted. "The Holy Light Robe." Rex raised his eyebrows and waved the paper in his hand. "The Holy Light Robe? You actually want that thing. What's your relationship with the Church of Light? Since you have the support of the Church and have worked hard to manage your territory, it was not easy for you to reach your current level. Why would you make such a choice? Everyone has their own ideals and pursuits. To me, what you're obsessed with might not be worth longing for at all. What I'm obsessed with you'll think it's laughable and childish. Chinrue smiled slightly. My relationship with the church isn't what you think it is. When the time comes, it will naturally be revealed. I don't understand what you're pursuing, but you should only hand over your bargaining chips after the deal is made, not before. Rex looked at the plans written on the paper and revealed a scornful smile. Now that I've gotten these in advance, you have no bargaining chips left. Perhaps I will completely eradicate the remaining forces of Yintang to prevent future troubles for the Empire. But what right do you have to get the Holy Light Robe? This is not a deal, but a choice and also a hope. Chinrue looked at Rex calmly. I've said it before, I won't shake your rule, but will only make it more stable. This is not a perfunctory statement, but a promise and a wish. Arthur Roland to Rex Roland. Rex understood what he meant, and a flame of ignorance flashed across his cold eyes. Deal was not a term that belonged to a father and son. Choice, hope, promise, wish. These were. Today's conversation let's end here. I'll take my leave first. In 2 months I'll come here. At that time, I want to see your Majesty's choice. Chinrue bowed, turned around, and walked toward the direction of the gate. He had only taken 2 steps when Rex's voice sounded behind him. Since you said that you want to completely eliminate the forces of the Cloud Empire, then do you know that these remnants also include that, I know, Violet Palace? I'll personally end it. Chinrue's footsteps stopped. Now is not the time, but it should be soon. After that, he strode forward, leaving Rex sitting on the throne. He slowly tapped the armrest with his index finger and fell into deep thought. Chinrue did not use stealth or other powers. He walked straight out of the hall under the slightly surprised gaze of the Imperial guards along the way. When he passed by Violet Palace, he happened to see the graceful and beautiful woman on the stairs of the palace gate. Her blue eyes looked at the familiar figure that appeared under the moonlight, revealing a look of disbelief. Even if it was just the identity of the Deep Palace, she could know that his disappearance some time ago caused an uproar in the whole world, and today he actually appeared in the palace. Before his disappearance, he did something that also surprised the world. He refused to marry at the engagement ceremony. Sorry, you know who I love, I will not marry you. This original sentence was already known to everyone. Who this man loved was also known to everyone. When Veronica heard the news, she could only sigh in her heart. When she saw this figure again today, Veronica still sighed. Little Arthur. She whispered a name behind the veil. We can't have a future. No, you still have. I don't have it anymore. To her surprise, the figure did not walk towards her. Instead, he continued to walk along the road, but his eyes were always on her. They looked at each other and walked over. The mouth moved slightly. Even if she couldn't hear it, she could know what the 3 words were from the shape of the mouth. Wait for me. Veronica was suddenly in a trance, as if she had returned to that year. While she was in a trance, the figure had gradually walked away and disappeared in the moonlight. Chapter 1007. After a series of marriage rejections and disappearances, Prince Arthur once again became a well-known man of the hour in addition to his grandmaster identity. Soon, the latest news about this man of the hour came. Prince Arthur, who had been missing for a long time, finally appeared in Jinyao territory. This time, Arthur escaped from a mysterious force with the help of the Church of Light and was escorted back to Jinyao territory. For this, the Emperor of Dragon Brilliance, Rex, publicly expressed his gratitude to the Church of Light. According to Arthur, this experience was an unforgettable nightmare for him. The guardians who accompanied him, including his beloved woman, all died in this nightmare. In addition to the representatives of the surrounding kingdoms who came to express their condolences, the Ryo Empire also sent a permanent ambassador to the Long Huang Empire to express their condolences to Prince Arthur. After a long time, Prince Arthur, who had returned to normal after a long time, once again made a statement to publicly apologize to the Ryo Empire's Princess Rambus, who had been publicly rejected. He also gave half of the production line of the Magic Game helmet to Rambus free of charge as compensation. The Magic Game helmet was a special standard product designated by the Church of Light. If it was not the genuine product, it could not be connected to that kind of game illusion, nor could it be charged regularly to buy game time. It could be said that this was a monopoly industry. Now, Arthur actually gave away half of the production line for free, which was equivalent to directly handing over a big source of wealth to the hands of Princess Rambus. This transfer had been approved by the Church of Light, regardless of feelings and only interests. It was indeed a good compensation for the biggest victim, Princess Rambus. For the Ryo Empire, who had always wanted an explanation from Arthur, it was also equivalent to a suitable explanation. In fact, no one would have thought that this was not a compensation or explanation, but the terms of the original deal between the engaged couple. As soon as the compensation was announced, the original story of Prince Arthur's love triangle became more and more popular, and many versions were derived. The biggest beneficiary was naturally Rambus. Not only did she win the sympathy of the people after vowing never to marry, she also expressed her position to many forces and received more support. The biggest victim was the second prince of the Ryo Empire, Victor. Originally, Rambus had achieved a great reversal in this farce of rejecting the marriage. With the addition of this source of wealth, of course, it was like adding wings to a tiger. The second prince also had a partner from the Dragon Bright Empire, Garfield. He had occupied the territory for many years and had always regarded the rich Golden Glory territory as his exclusive property. He had originally occupied the rich Jinyao territory for many years and had always regarded the rich Jinyao territory as his exclusive land. Unexpectedly, Arthur reappeared after disappearing for 7 years and immediately took back the big fat piece of meat. Moreover, he even instigated his subordinate, Samuel, to seriously injure him. It was not that Garfield did not play any tricks, but those tricks had now become a laughingstock. He could only watch the rapid expansion of the Jinyao territory in the hands of Arthur. The more prosperous the Jinyao territory was, the louder the slap on Garfield's face was. When he heard that Arthur had gone missing after rejecting the marriage in the Ryo Empire, and that his life was unknown, Garfield was ecstatic. He immediately asked Rex the Great to manage the Jinyao territory on his behalf. Not only Garfield, but even Luke was also active. The two of them secretly played many games, but unfortunately they were all rejected by Rex the Great. In the most recent request, Rex the Great's tone had already loosened. After all, it was impossible for a territory to be without a ruler for a long time, especially a large territory like the Jinyao territory. Garfield wanted to work harder and take over the Jinyao territory before Luke. He did not expect that Arthur would actually appear again at this time. Moreover, he actually gave a part of the interests of the Jinyao territory to the woman from the Ryo Empire. For Garfield, who regarded the Jinyao territory as his own, it was like cutting off a piece of his flesh. However, no matter how painful it was for Garfield, the appearance of Arthur marked that his previous efforts were in vain. In this regard, Garfield hated it to the core, but he was helpless. Arthur was not only a prince, but also a world-renowned mechanic master. He also had an extremely close relationship with the church. His glory far surpassed Garfield and Luke. Even if there was a marriage rejection, he was still the most popular candidate to inherit the throne. It was not something that Garfield could shake at the moment. Soon, Garfield received good news. Rex the Great was very dissatisfied with Arthur, who privately gave half of the magic helmet production line to Princess Rambus without his permission. Although the Jinyao territory was Arthur's territory, it was also a part of the Longhorn Empire. The interests of the Jinyao territory were also the interests of the Longhorn Empire. Arthur's behavior was equivalent to selling the interests of the country to another country because of personal factors. This nature was quite serious. According to the convention, whether it was the magic game or the yellow dragon wine, they belonged to the private property of Lord Arthur. What's more, these two were fought and developed by Arthur himself. The key factor was that the benefits were too shocking and coveted. For this reason, Rex the Great summoned Arthur to Eurydice and reprimanded him. He ordered him to take back the decision, but Arthur refused. The transfer of the production line had been publicly announced to the world, and it was also recognized by the Church of Light. If he went back on his word and took it back, he would be humiliated. For Rambus, Arthur did feel guilty, so he insisted on compensating her. The consequence of this insistence was that the relationship between Rex the Great and Arthur became tense. Later, Rex the Great sent the Iron Scale to garrison the territory, under the name of protecting the safety of the third prince and avoiding a repeat of the kidnapping in the Ryo Empire. Arthur regained control of the Golden Glory estate. Although it promoted the rapid economic development, the military force in the estate had always been a weakness due to the short period of time. There was only the only armed force headed by Samuel, and it was a temporary patchwork of members. It could maintain law and order and deter thieves. But in terms of group warfare, it was definitely no match for the regular army. This time, the leader of the Iron Scales garrison in Jinyao territory was Trinidad, the deputy commander of the army, who was also the trusted subordinate of the second prince, Garfield. Rex's intention was quite obvious. Then, a series of decrees from Rex the Great vaguely implied sanctions against the Jinyao territory, including imposing special high taxes and restricting the trade of merchants. Many people had seen the signs. The father and son, who had reunited after being separated for 7 years, or more precisely, the honeymoon period between the emperor and the prince had passed, and the relationship between the two would enter a subtle and sensitive stage. In the royal family, it was not unusual for father and son to fight each other for power and position. The majesty of Rex the Great and the absolute rule of the empire were well known, and the ability that Prince Arthur showed was so dazzling that it even surpassed his father's. Therefore, it was reasonable that Rex the Great was wary of him. Garfield took the opportunity to suggest that magic games and yellow dragon wine were currently popular in the world and were definitely the most important resources of the Long Huang Empire. In order to prevent similar incidents of giving production lines from happening again, Arthur should hand over the magic games and yellow dragon wine to the empire. This suggestion made Rex the Great's heart palpitate. When he summoned Arthur several times, he had expressed his intention in this regard, either overtly or implicitly. However, these two sources of wealth were all developed by Arthur. Even if it were someone else, they would not hand them over easily, not to mention that Arthur had his biggest supporter, the Church of Light, behind him. The so-called monarchical power was given by God. The king needed the name of God to consolidate his rule and strengthen his power. However, water could carry a boat, but it could also capsize it. The divine power that was above the monarchical power made the kings feel scared all the time. On the surface, the monarchical power and the divine power were harmonious, but in fact, there was always an unresolvable contradiction. The relationship between the Temple of Light and other empires and kingdoms was the same, especially the two holy empires. Whether it was Rex the Great or Emperor Kovulani, they both regarded the Church of Light as the biggest threat and were trying to curb the influence of the Church of Light on their countries. Similarly, the Church of Light also wanted to support a completely more obedient king to take the throne, so that the faith of light and the control of the Church could easily penetrate into every corner of the country. As expected after Arthur was in trouble, the Church of Light, which had a close relationship with him, immediately sent Cardinal Glalin to visit the Jinyao territory, claiming that they would further strengthen the economic cooperation with the Jinyao territory. Along with Glalin, the Knights Templar also visited. Their purpose was to accept Arthur's invitation to train the soldiers in the territory, improve their combat ability and guard ability, and avoid a repeat of the kidnapping incident in the Ryo Empire. This reason turned out to be a surprising coincidence when Rex sent his legion to enter the Jinyao territory. The attitude of the Church of Light shocked the whole Long Huang Empire. Such an obvious action seemed to be the intention of the church to support Arthur to become the next king. While Garfield was jealous and worried, he was also a little happy because he knew his father's character very well. The closer Arthur was to the church, the farther away he was from Rex the Great. Just when Prince Arthur and Rex the Great were in a rigid state, another unexpected news spread quickly. The yellow dragon wine and magic game produced in the Jinyao territory were actually from the mortal enemy of the human world, the realm of devils. This news was said to be revealed by a practitioner who risked returning to the human world after training in the realm of devils for many years. It was said that the realm of devils also had a similar magic game, and its popularity was far greater than that of the human world. The yellow dragon wine, known as the yellow wine in the realm of devils, appeared in the realm of devils a few years ago, just like the magic game. This statement was not groundless, because this practitioner brought a bottle of yellow wine produced in the realm of devils and a magic game helmet. Although it was different from the human world, many aspects were similar. As soon as this news came out, it immediately shocked the whole world. Many eyes that were tired of the father-son battle between Rex the Great and Arthur once again focused on the Jinyao territory, because Jinyao territory was the place where these two new things were released. Chapter 1008. The news that the magic game and the yellow dragon wine originated from the demon realm shocked the whole world. For a time, rumors such as Prince Arthur colluded with the demons, and these two things are likely to be the demons' conspiracy, spread quickly. There were even slogans to boycott the magic game and the yellow dragon wine. Jinyao territory encountered unprecedented pressure. The Church of Light, which also jointly released the game, was inevitably questioned. However, most of these doubts were kept in their hearts. No one dared to show it publicly, so the focus of the condemnation was on the scapegoat Jinyao territory. People such as Garfield or Luke were gloating. They added fuel to the fire behind the scenes, striving to push Arthur into the abyss. Surprisingly, a heavyweight force soon came out to clarify this misunderstanding. Ryuzaku. Most people only knew that the yellow dragon wine was brewed by Samuel according to the incomplete secret recipe of the dragon Emperor Pelgoris in an ancient treasure. But they didn't know that the magic game originally came from the dragons. According to the dragons, the magic game and the yellow dragon wine were products of another ancient world. This ancient civilization had a long history, even before the ancient civilizations such as the Alchemy civilization and the Magasprius civilization. Dragon Emperor Pelgoris took a huge risk to enter the ancient space where the civilization had almost been annihilated by chance. However, the Dragon Emperor was not the only explorer. There were powerful existences from the demon realm who came to this world earlier than him. In that dangerous plane, the two sides temporarily formed an alliance and finally found the treasures left by the predecessors. After a battle, both sides suffered losses, and both sides obtained a part of the treasures. The magic game and the yellow wine were transformed from the ancient wonders in the treasure. The yellow wine and magic game popular in the demon realm came from the same source as the one in the hands of the Dragon Emperor Pelgoris, but the parts were different, so the things made were definitely different. Take the bottle of yellow wine, for example. On the surface, it looked similar to the yellow dragon wine in the human world, but after being tasted by an expert, the taste was found to be quite different. In contrast, in addition to the difference in taste, the wine of the demon realm had a stronger aftertaste, while the wine of the human world had a better taste and a slightly weaker aftertaste. There were obvious differences between the two formulas because the yellow dragon wine was modified by Samuel, and Samuel happened to have trained in the demon realm for a period of time, so it was completely reasonable. As for the magic game, the difference was even more obvious. The settings of the races such as humans, elves, dwarves, and dragons were clearly the prototypes of the human world. Compared with the demon realm, the troops, enemies, and dungeons in the game were also quite different. It was impossible to copy it. At this moment, a royal cultivator of a kingdom, who had also returned from the realm of devils not long ago, also stood out to prove that the magic games in the realm of devils had to rely on a prop called magic television, while the magic games in the human world existed independently. At this time, the truth finally came to light. After the public clarification of the dragons, the Church of Light also stood out and made an important statement. Notices were posted in the branches of the church everywhere. The magic game was deliberately introduced from Ryuzaku by the Church of Light. This game was originally just a secret treasure illusion used by the dragons for their own training. The Church of Light learned that this illusion could enhance the strength of training, so they reached a deal with the dragons to promote it to the world. It was to spread the grace of light to the world and enhance the combat power of all races. In the beginning, the selfishly treasured dragons refused to trade such a treasure, and the church paid a considerable price for it. Now, there were people who actually questioned the church's bad intentions. It was simply ungrateful. Whether it was the magic game or the yellow wine, there was no problem. If anyone dared to question and spread rumors, it would be questioning the authority of the church, and the church would give the most resolute blow. With the announcement from the Church of Light, there was no longer any suspense in the whole matter. Instead, more people became interested in the magic game. In fact, the church did not intend to use this cover. In fact, when they first negotiated with the dragons, the Church of Light had already been informed that the source of the magic game was a certain space of ancient civilization. The negotiator sent by the church to Ryuzaku was not ignorant. Naturally, he knew that there were countless small worlds and civilizations outside of the main plane. Since the Dragon Emperor had personally experienced it, there would definitely be no problem. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ryuzaku took the opportunity to announce that the dragons had successfully developed another tool that originated from an ancient treasure, the magic phone. The function of the magic phone was equivalent to a summoning talisman. It could carry out remote, real-time communication, but it could not display images like the summoning talisman. However, its communication function was very powerful. Not only could it maintain a long conversation, but it could also send text messages. Most importantly, the summoning talisman was a one-time consumable, and it was very expensive. As long as there was enough magic power to charge the magic phone, theoretically it could talk indefinitely. In terms of price, a normal magic phone cost about half the price of a summoning talisman. It could be said that it had an absolute advantage. The magic phone was divided into fixed and mobile versions. The fixed version was equivalent to a fixed communication station, suitable for a fixed room or space, while the mobile version could be carried around. Because the mobile version of the magic phone was very small and could be held in one hand, it was also called the magic phone. Even the practitioners who returned from the demons had never heard of the magic phone. Just as the dragons said, this was the latest treasure developed from an ancient treasure. The appearance of this new treasure attracted everyone's strong interest. The dragons once again announced that they would work together with the Church of Light to promote the magic phone to the world. The dragons provided the technology, and the Church of Light was responsible for the production and promotion. As for the production rights of the magic phone equipment, the dragons gave it to their partner, Rex the Great, which made the Long Huang Empire rejoice. However, as an ally of the Ryo Empire, the elves were not willing to be left out. They introduced the magic weapon jointly developed by the elven Grandmaster Finoa and the late dwarf Grandmaster Rick, the magic gun. Although there were rumors that similar guns had appeared in the demon realm in recent years, after the previous magic game and the yellow wine incident, almost no one believed it. This was because Grandmaster Finoa and Grandmaster Rick had carried out long-term collaborative research 1,000 years ago, and they had achieved considerable results. However, due to the bad relationship between the hill dwarves and the elves, a certain research blueprint was divided into two and stored in the Black Rock Mountains and the Emerald Forest Sea, respectively. This matter was known to the slightly more experienced alchemists. With the restoration of the relationship between the elves and the dwarves, the blueprint was reunited. The collaborative work of the two grandmasters could finally be successfully released. The Ryo Empire and the Longhuang Empire quickly reached an agreement. They further deepened their cooperation in magic phones, magic guns, including Yellow Dragon wine and magic games. The corresponding Magic Battle Legion was also established. For a time, the economic and military development of the entire surface world entered a period of climax. As for the previous rumors of colluding with the demons, they had long been discredited. Instead, people like Garfield who spread the rumors behind the scenes were exposed and made into clowns. The Jinyao territory that had been wronged had restored its daily prosperity and peace. But many people clearly saw the increasingly dense haze over the territory. The rift between Arthur and Rex the Great would not be repaired with the resolution of this matter. On the contrary, with the intervention of the Church of Light, the rift would become bigger and bigger. Inner courtyard of the mansion of the Lord of Jinyao. A faint fragrance wafted in the courtyard, calming people's mind. Qin slowly sipped the amber-colored fragrant tea in his cup. Ms. Innie was sitting next to him with a sweet smile. Let me guess, the news of colluding with the demon realm. Did you take the initiative to release it? As expected of the top intelligence chief of the fallen angel empire. Dear Innie, you guessed it right. Qin shrugged and raised his cup. Isabella smiled and filled it for him. Instead of being exposed sooner or later, it's better for me to add to the fire. So the difference in the formula of the two kinds of yellow wine was also prepared by you long ago. Of course, this is called preparing for a rainy day. It's not impossible for the demon realm and the human world to exchange information. For example, Samuel and the Nero you knew before. Similarly, there are demons who train in the human world. So I have considered this problem early on and made corresponding preparations. When I found Dragon Emperor Palgoris in the Church of Light, Palgoris had already agreed with me. This is to prevent the magic game from being forced to stop for some reason after we leave. So, when are we leaving? Are you homesick? For more than 100 years, even if I live in the capital, I have never had the concept of home in my heart. Isabella's eyes were faintly hazy, but now, Innie, Qin gently held her hand. Don't worry, we will go back soon. Now I am waiting for the most suitable time. As long as the two important things are completed, we will go home together. Really? I don't dare to delay your great cause. Isabella's mood suddenly became cheerful. She blinked her eyes, and her voice suddenly rose an octave. Rala, are you not done yet? Hurry up and tear down his tower. Last minute. The fairy Miss Long on the opposite side was staring at the space in the table intently. She didn't even have time to touch the cup of bitter drink that she liked beside her had turned cold. In the space in the table, there were shrunk buildings. The soldiers and siege weapons controlled by the fairy Miss Long were attacking the defense tower on the periphery of the building. Magic card game, a fateful confrontation. Obviously, this was Miss Innie and Miss Rala teaming up to deal with Qin. This is already the third last minute. Miss Innie rolled her eyes at the fairy dragon speechlessly, but the fairy Miss Long, whose attention was on the battlefield, didn't see it at all. Qin chuckled. Rala, you did a good job. Unfortunately, I seem to have found your lair. Innie. Rala immediately cast a killer move. Great summoning spell. As long as I win him, I can know the secret of Athena's pregnancy. There is such a bet in the relationship. No wonder. Isabella stood up with a smile. Her attractive body did not need to block the sight at all to attract the man's attention. I say, Your Royal Highness, why don't we talk about tonight's life event in advance? Madame Ant's eyes were a little more seductive. She actually sat on someone's lap. AI, this kind of cheating is too obvious. At this time in another place, there was a huge hill with tombstones on it. From the building signs at the foot of the hill and the guards in the distance, it should be the cemetery of a large family. To be more precise, it was the royal mausoleum of the Mies Kingdom. The Mies Kingdom was an island country. This island country's area was not small, almost comparable to large countries like the Yangshao Kingdom, Noah Kingdom, or Starlight Kingdom. However, Due to its remote geographical location, poor resources, and backward economy, it was far inferior to small countries like the Turin Kingdom and the White Tower Kingdom. This royal mausoleum, which buried the remains of the previous royal families, other than the vast area, the other facilities could not compare to the grandeur of those large countries. However, these were only on the surface. If one could see through the surface of the royal mausoleum and go deep underground, one could see the grandeur that was far greater than the surface. The huge underground world was the same as the mausoleum on the surface. This was a graveyard, a world filled with bones. A true hell. Chapter 1009. Time passed day by day. Magic phones had become popular all over the world, and magic firearms had begun to be equipped in the special legions of many countries. However, these did not have any impact on magic games and yellow dragon wine. On the contrary, the sales of magic game helmets did not decline, but rose to a new level. Although the Jinyao territory was still prosperous and lively, some contradictions hidden in the dark in the territory began to gradually become clear. The Iron Scale, sent by Rex the Great and stationed in Jinyao territory to protect Prince Arthur, had conflicts with the newly established Jade Army in Jinyao territory more than once or twice. One side was the Central Army, sent by the Emperor, and the other side was the local armed forces, which originally represented different interests. Moreover, the Iron Scale seemed to have some kind of acquiescence or hint from the forces behind them, and their provocation against the Jade Army was escalating day by day. The combat effectiveness had always been the weakest link in Jinyao territory. Originally, when Garfield handed over the Jinyao territory, he had taken almost all the military forces with him. The main members of the Jade Army that was later established were the security team recruited by Samuel, who were responsible for both daily security and garrison. Although there was a gold knight like Samuel as the commander, its combat effectiveness was far from comparable with the regular elites, like the Iron Scale, because of the short time of establishment. However, the Jade Army had a strong reinforcement, which was the Temple Knights from the Church of Light. This time, the Temple Knights followed the Cardinal Glalin to Jinyao territory. Although there were not many of them, each of them was an elite. The leader of the team was Gamundin, the eldest disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint Pari of the Tsang Thunder Hall of the Holy Mountain of Light, who was also known as the Lightning Sword Saint. Pari had already entered the super rank and became a kingdomized master. He intended to leave the mundane affairs and focus on cultivation to further pursue a higher realm of power. The Tsang Thunder Hall was currently managed by Gamundin. Gamundin was also regarded as the next master of the Tsang Thunder Hall and would become a core figure of the church alongside the cardinal and the chief inquisitor. With Gamundin's current status, he had already known the real identity of Arthur in the church. Naturally, he dared not neglect it. On the surface, he only protected the prince, Arthur, and coordinated the conflicts in the territory. In fact, most of the time he was partial to the Jade Army. Due to the extraordinary status of the Church of Light, even the Iron Scale did not dare to offend them easily. Not only did he help train the Jade Army in the Jinyao territory, but he also stood up for the Jade Army many times to resist the provocation of the Iron Scale. One day, as soon as Gamundin came out of the quiet room, he received a report from the Temple Knights. The Iron Scale had a fierce conflict with the Jade Army in the Flower Tavern, the largest tavern in the city. Some people had been killed in the conflict, and more than one person had been killed. Gamundin frowned secretly. He was very clear about the reason for the conflict between the Iron Scale and the Jade Army. Although there were many conflicts between the two armies, at most there were serious injuries. This time people were killed, and he was afraid that the Iron Scale would not let it go. When Gamundin arrived at the Flower Tavern, the largest tavern was in a mess. It had been demolished into ruins, and there was a pool of blood on the ground. The surrounding people were talking about it. When Gamundin asked, he learned that it was the soldiers of the Iron Scale who made trouble in the Flower Tavern. When the Jade Army security team arrived, the Iron Scale did not stop but injured the captain of the security team. Upon hearing the news, the high-level combatants of both sides rushed over and started fighting. The accumulated resentment for a long time was unleashed. The Iron Scale Army was the first to strike ruthlessly, killing a guard from the Emerald Corps and seriously injuring 2 innocent bystanders. Originally, the 2 sides had a long history of resentment. This time, the conflict suddenly escalated. Soon, the Flower Tavern became the Blood Tavern. The leaders of the 2 armies, Samuel and Trinidad, came to hear the news, but they did not calm the situation. Instead, their words were extremely sharp, but they did not start a fight here. Instead, they led the 2 sides out of the city to the south. Gumundin was taken aback. The southern suburbs was a plain, the most suitable for fighting. It seemed that today's conflict was more serious than any previous one. He was afraid that there would be a large-scale battle between the 2 groups of people. Calculating the time, the 2 sides should be out of the city not long ago. Gumundin immediately ordered the accompanying knights of the temple to inform the Lord Arthur, and he quickly flew to the southern suburbs. Gumundin's flying speed was very fast. Soon he found the 2 sides confronting each other on the plains of the southern suburbs. There were about 400 or 500 people on both sides, led by Samuel and Trinidad. It seemed that they were ready to fight at any moment. "Stop!" Gumundin's figure flashed and appeared between the 2 sides. Trinidad was tall and thin, with short brown hair. When he saw Gumundin, his face showed a sarcastic smile. "You're lucky, Samuel. Your protector is here." Gumundin frowned. "Both of you are the commanders of the Legion. No matter what happened, you can't be so impulsive. Please stay calm. Sir Gumundin, if it's just some insignificant conflict, I'm happy to give you face." Trinidad sneered. "But today, 5 of my brothers have been killed by the Jade Army. This is no longer my personal problem, but it's related to the dignity of the Iron Scale. Please forgive me for not agreeing. Sir Gumundin is a well-known knight and the successor of Sir Pari. You should know that this kind of shame can only be washed with sword and blood. If you insist on intervening in this matter as a Knights of the Temple, the Iron Scale will fight to the death even if they know that they are no match for you." These words were full of sarcasm. Gumundin had always regarded his teacher Pari as a fair and strict role model. When he heard Trinidad calling him a knight, he couldn't help but hesitate. Seeing Gumundin's hesitation, Trinidad immediately shouted to Samuel, "Samuel, if you're a man, stand up and fight to the death. You're also a soldier of the Empire. Do you only dare to hide behind others like a cowardly woman?" Samuel stood up coldly. "Since you want to die, you can't blame others. Sir Gumundin, please be the arbiter. I'm going to end this shameless villain today. Trinidad, you keep saying that I'm a coward. You broke my hands and feet when I was imprisoned in prison. Later, you used despicable means to frame me with my weapon. You're the real coward. Now I'm here. Do you dare to have a duel to the death with me?" Hearing that it was a duel to the death, not only Gumundin, but even the soldiers of the army were shocked. Trinidad squinted his eyes and revealed a strange smile. "Do you really think that you have the battle power of a saint just because you reached the saint level earlier than me? Although I reached the saint level later than you, this is a power that truly belongs to me. Since you want to die, why would I refuse? Sir Gumundin, you're a true knight. I believe that you'll make the most fair decision. I now officially accept Samuel's request for a duel to the death." Since both sides were determined to have a fair duel to the death, Gumundin couldn't stop them. Thus, under the witness of the soldiers from both sides, Trinidad and Samuel arrived at an open space. The rules were very simple. There were no restrictions on the venue or the methods used. It was only a duel to the death. Samuel slowly drew out his long saber, Flying Centipede. His angry eyes calmed down, faintly revealing a sharp spirit, like a long saber that was about to be unsheathed, about to show off its edge. Trinidad laughed coldly. His body was suddenly enveloped by black and red mist. The mist quickly condensed into a set of equipment. In his right hand was a jet-black broadsword, while in his left hand was a light red tower shield. It seemed to be a set with the red and black half-body armor on his body. His entire body started to emit a thick and dangerous light. Ash's equipment set. Gamundin cried out involuntarily. This was a well-known legendary-level equipment set. It was made up of the Ash's blade sword, the Ash's defense shield, and the Ash's defense armor. It had powerful offensive and defensive abilities, especially when the three pieces of equipment appeared on the same person. They could also have the effects of speed up and immense strength. Its power was very shocking. In comparison, Samuel had obviously come in a hurry this time. He was only wearing a set of ordinary leather armor, which formed a sharp contrast. It was very obvious that Trinidad had come prepared. Even this provocation was premeditated. It was no wonder that he would reveal such a strange smile when he heard about a duel to the death. Although it seemed unfair, the equipment factor was within the scope of the rules. Therefore, it was not convenient for Gamundin to stop the duel. Trinidad's smile had already become sinister. In fact, Samuel's suggestion of a duel to the death was exactly what he wanted. This was because Prince Garfield had given him a mission a long time ago, and that was to kill Samuel. This Ash's equipment set was given to him by Garfield. The tower shield and armor had a strong immunity effect against splash damage. This was to defend against the annihilation of Dawn released by Samuel's flying centipede. The Ash's blade had a special poison effect. As long as it could cut the skin, it would cause the negative effects of paralysis and deceleration. Not only that, there was also a set of true black potions. On the way to the southern suburbs, Trinidad had secretly drunk it. Now that it was within the expiration date, his combat power was increased to the limit. This battle, he had to kill Samuel. Samuel also recognized the Ash's equipment set, but his expression was still calm and the flying centipede was placed horizontally in front of his chest. At the moment when Gamundin announced the start of the duel, the soldiers only saw a blur, and Samuel had already disappeared. They only saw a blur in front of Trinidad, as if there was a shadow flashing, not only the shadow of a person, but also the shadow of a light blue sword. Trinidad waved his big shield continuously, and from time to time, dazzling sparks appeared. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. The weaker soldiers did not see it clearly, but as the arbitrator, Gamundin, saw it clearly, his expression changed slightly. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had already exchanged more than a dozen blows, and Trinidad was completely on the defense. He did not counterattack even once. This was not some kind of strategy, but because Samuel had been suppressing Trinidad, who was wearing the Ash's equipment set. In fact, in Gamundin's eyes, every slash of Samuel had a huge flaw, and Trinidad could see it too. However, Samuel's speed was too fast. Before Trinidad could grasp the flaw to counterattack, the next slash had already arrived. Speed was the only thing that could not be broken. The more Gamundin watched, the more surprised he became. That kind of attack speed was too shocking. If it were him, and he only used the strength of Trinidad, he would also be at a disadvantage. What surprised Gamundin was that Samuel, who maintained such a high-speed attack, still had a long and steady breath. There was not the slightest hint of disorder. As if to him, this was just an ordinary attack rhythm. Trinidad, who was at a disadvantage, could not believe everything in front of him. He had drunk the black potion and put on the Ash's equipment set, but he was completely suppressed by Samuel. Moreover, Samuel's speed was so shocking. If it was not for the defense and ability of the Ash's equipment set, he was afraid that he would have been defeated. In Jinyao City, the Temple Knights, who did not know that the duel in the southern suburbs had begun, hurriedly rushed to the Lord's mansion to invite Chen Rui. "Your Highness, the situation this time is very serious. Sir Gamundin asked me to invite you to go immediately." "Got it." Chen Rui nodded. "Men, prepare the carriage to the southern suburbs. Please forgive my rudeness, Your Highness, but I'm afraid that we are running out of time. Let's go on horseback. Otherwise the conflict may have already begun." "Begun?" Chen Rui casually replied. Suddenly he felt something. His eyes flashed, and he said meaningfully, "Yes, it has begun." Chapter 10:10. Jean Yao City, southern suburbs. Trinidad, who was still standing in place, had begun to retreat step by step. Every step he took left a deep pit that reached his ankles on the ground. Now, even those soldiers who couldn't see clearly understood that Trinidad was suppressed by Samuel. The soldiers of the Jade Army showed excitement, but the faces of the people of the Iron Scale were very ugly, especially some leaders. They knew Trinidad's plan in advance, but they didn't expect that the plan couldn't keep up with the changes at all. The strength shown by Samuel far exceeded expectations. Even if Trinidad made such preparations, such an unexpected situation still happened. The depression in Trinidad's heart at this time could be imagined. One of the main purposes of the Ashes set was to defend against Samuel's powerful killer move, Morning Extinction, but now Samuel didn't even use this move, and he was forced into a dangerous situation. The tower shield was a large shield with a wide protection area, but it was far heavier than ordinary shields. It required more strength to swing it, especially in the face of Samuel's ghostly movement and lightning-like close-range attacks. Trinidad began to feel the pressure. He was suffering more and more. The shield in his hand became heavier and more strenuous. The expected restraint had become self-defeating. What surprised him even more was that in the intelligence obtained in the past, Samuel's endurance had always been a weakness. However, the other party maintained such high-speed movement and attack for such a long time, yet he didn't show any fatigue at all. It was unbelievable. The sharpness of the flying centipede that was said to be made by the mechanic Grand Master Prince Arthur was beyond imagination. Even the Ashes guard on his body couldn't completely resist the terrifying sharpness. There were already several cracks. The sharpness on the sword penetrated into the inside through the cracks, and there were many wounds. Moreover, it was bleeding nonstop. He had to divert a part of his power to stabilize the injury, which reduced his combat power imperceptibly. Trinidad didn't know that in addition to the attributes of sharpness and deepening wounds, Flying Centipede could also increase waving speed by 50%. It could also slowly recover stamina by absorbing the enemy's power. In addition, Samuel's Star Disciple title had the characteristic of Running Thunder, which could increase attack speed and movement speed. Therefore, Samuel could exert such terrifying speed. Trinidad's intelligence was outdated. Samuel's fighting style was now very different from the past. The characteristic was speed is unbreakable. In the previous days, Samuel trained with Isabella and Crobolus almost every day. Compared with Crobolus' absolute suppression, the mistress Isabella, who had the breeze shadow boots and the talent of flash, helped Samuel more. Of course, he was defeated miserably every time. As for endurance, the original shortcoming, it had also made great progress under the hellish special training arranged by Chinrue. The current Samuel was no longer a cultivator who had barely advanced to the martial saint level by relying on external forces. Instead, he was a martial saint who had truly mastered and consolidated his power. He was only one step away from breaking through a small realm and entering the intermediate martial saint level. Damn it! The black potions had a time limit. Trinidad knew that he would lose without a doubt if this continued. It was likely that he would die. It seemed that he had to use his final trump card. Trinidad immediately forced Samuel away with a shield strike, and his body emitted a strong light. The blade of ashes was inserted into the ground, and the cracks on the ground spread toward Samuel. Samuel rose into the air, and the cracked lines shone with a fiery red light. The power of fire containing a strong territory erupted like dozens of erupting volcanoes. Samuel retreated faster than he moved forward, avoiding the strongest flame that erupted. At the same time, he waved Fei Ho in his hand quickly to disperse the approaching flames. Gamundin shook his head secretly. Although Trinidad's momentum was amazing, he was already a spent force. It was obvious that the outcome of this battle had been decided. Just when Samuel was forced to retreat, Gamundin suddenly sensed something. He looked up and saw a huge black shadow suddenly appeared above Samuel's position, flying down toward Samuel. "Giant dragon!" Gamundin exclaimed. Samuel also reacted at this time. His body flew backward in an incredible manner, and he crossed the huge black shadow. He landed on the ground, and the armor on his shoulder was torn open, dripping with blood. The giant dragon glided to Trinidad's side. There was a knife wound on its neck, and even its scales were cut open. Blood kept oozing out, but for its huge body, this wound was not even worth mentioning. This was a saint dragon. Saint dragons were the most powerful type of dragons. They had strong vitality and offensive and defensive abilities. Despicable. Gamundin appeared in front of Samuel and glared at Trinidad. "Is this a fair duel?" "I don't think this is against the rules of a duel." Trinidad shook his head and revealed a sinister smile. "Don't forget I'm a dragon knight, and he is too. Samuel, you didn't expect this, did you? In the past few months, I've also passed the dragon's trial and become a dragon knight. Please allow me to introduce my new companion, Brecklin." Samuel had already drunk a bottle of healing potion, and he stared coldly at the saint dragon. "You still remember me, Samuel?" The saint dragon grinned, and his sharp teeth slowly grinded, revealing a murderous aura of hatred. "Last time in the final trial, you and little Andrew used a trick to severely injure me. Not only did you cause me to lose the championship, but I was also bedridden for 3 months. Today I'll repay you. The environment of the trial is equal, but you're not good at using tactics. Besides, if it weren't for the trial, you'd already be dead," Samuel said coldly. "What I didn't expect was that you would shamelessly take advantage of someone else's difficulties. You're a disgrace to Ryuzaku. As for you, Trinidad, you don't deserve to be called a dragon knight." "Since you're talking about tactics," Trinidad laughed heartily, "then have a taste of tactics today. This is your last chance in life. Lord Gamundin, please step aside. This is a duel between 2 dragon knights. According to the rules of Ryuzaku, outsiders are not allowed to interfere, not even the Church of Light." A dragon's roar suddenly came from the distant sky, and a figure instantly appeared in the field. It was a young boy about 12 or 13 years old, and he had a delicate appearance. It was hard to believe that the dragon's roar came from such a young boy. "Andrew?" Samuel looked at the boy in surprise. "How did you get here? Weren't you in Ryuzaku?" "I snuck out," Andrew said, panting. "Judging from the situation, you're in trouble." "Little Andrew," Brecklin said coldly, "you still don't understand the situation. This is a duel to the death. Are you sure you want to participate?" The young boy was shocked. He looked at Trinidad, who was opposite him, and then looked at the ferocious Brecklin. Suddenly he smiled. "Looks like I came at the right time." Samuel nodded at Andrew forcefully, and his gaze fell on Trinidad. "Then, let's continue. The duel of the Dragon Knights." In the distance, Chinrue and Isabella followed the temple knights and galloped all the way. They had already passed through the city gate in the southern suburbs. Rala had received guidance from Ben Hong for the past 2 days, and she had begun to go into seclusion again to consolidate and comprehend the use of demigod-level power. "What are you thinking about?" Isabella, who was riding together with Chenrue, felt that the man behind her was a little absent-minded and asked. With Isabella's current strength, she could easily compress her voice to transmit her voice. "I'm calculating the time." Chenrue gently kissed Isabella's hair. "Tonight, there will be a very important battle, whether it's for me or for Arthur." In the distance. This distance did not refer to the southern suburbs of the Jinyao territory, but a place far away in island country, underground of the royal mausoleum of the Mies kingdom. "What are you thinking about?" It was also a woman's question. "I'm calculating the time." The other, Chinrue, answered the same. "Calculating the time?" "Yes, Bilia." Oh, sorry, Solange. I'm calculating when the sacrificial ceremony will begin. I'm feeling a little nervous. The one who asked the question was the Archbishop of the Eastern District of the Black Death Apostles, Solange. She also had another identity as the head of the Academic Affairs Department of the Starlight Academy, Bilia. To be more precise, she was also a descendant of the royal family of the Cloud Empire. Although the Cloud Empire had been destroyed for many years, the remaining forces still had a place in the mysterious church, and the main force was concentrated in the Southern District. The Starlight Academy that Solange was in was under the jurisdiction of the mysterious church's Eastern District. As a direct descendant of the Southern District, she only had the title of a deacon here, but unexpectedly she met Shura. Due to the relationship of interests, the two of them easily hooked up. With Shura's help, her position unexpectedly rose, and she actually took the position of the Archbishop of the Eastern District. This greatly increased the strength of the Soaring Cloud faction, and Shura also revealed his true strength, becoming the first envoy of destruction, and participated in the most important God's Descent sacrificial ceremony. You can also be nervous? Solange smiled charmingly. In my impression, the word nervous has nothing to do with you. When it comes to the unknown, it's inevitable. Shura shrugged, approached Solange, and reached one of his hands into the loose robe, grabbing a bulging bosom. There are many ways to deal with nervousness, and I want to choose the most beautiful one. Wait. Solange looked at Shura reproachfully. At this time you still have such emotions? Don't treat the sacrificial ceremony as a child's play. It can bring us great benefits, and if the gods punish us, it can turn a blessing into a curse. Shura smiled and pinched the top of the bosom, but he did not pull his hand out. Instead, he slid it all the way down into the moist part of the jungle. What exactly is the benefit? If you don't tell me, then I'll eat this benefit of yours first. Solange had always been dissolute, and being teased by him like this, she was naturally aroused. But at this time, she really did not dare to indulge herself. She quickly grabbed the mischievous hand. Don't mess around. The power of the gods can see through everything. This is a large-scale sacrificial ceremony that only happens once in 100 years. If we lose the favor of the gods, it will not be worth it. The favor of the gods. Shura showed a look of interest, and his hand also stopped. Solange hurriedly explained. Generally speaking, the gods will bestow the corresponding power to all the believers who participate in the sacrificial ceremony, but only the favored ones can get the real power. The stronger the aura of destruction and killing in the body, the more recognized by the gods, and the more benefits they will get. They can be transformed by the gods into soul transformation and receive the heart of domination bestowed by the gods, greatly increasing their strength and potential. In times of crisis, they can also summon the will of the gods and integrate with the power of the gods, exerting incredible power to defeat the enemy. Soul transformation, heart of domination. Shura's red eyes flashed a trace of indecipherable meaning, and he pulled his hand back. Is there really such a great benefit? Like you, I am also participating in this kind of sacrificial ceremony for the first time, but I can answer you with certainty, yes. Solange nodded. Only those who have soul transformation and the heart of domination can become the true core. If you can get the favor, then congratulations. You will have the opportunity to enter the core of the church and even become one of the future rulers of the church. Otherwise, no matter how much credit you have or how powerful you are, you will not succeed. However, any reward must be paid, and what we pay is absolute loyalty and a trace of the power of the soul. Pay the soul. Shura frowned. Yes, this can ensure the absolute loyalty of the favored ones. Those who can come here have passed through layers of tests, including you. You should be very clear, but it is inevitable that there will be people who have distracting thoughts. These people, under the soul of the gods, will have nowhere to hide. However, even if we are the most loyal believers, the gods will not accept our humble souls. This trace of the soul will fuse with the main altar and become the link between the gods and us. Shura's eyes flashed. In other words, if someone destroys the main altar, then it will cut off the connection between us and the gods. We will no longer be able to accept the power given by the gods. Damage to the main altar will not only cause us to lose most of the power of the gods, but our souls will also be severely damaged and even lose our lives. Solange said sternly, "So this is our most important base. Once it is invaded or destroyed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Especially during the main sacrificial ceremony, all the blood condensed by the bone towers will be dedicated to the main altar. This is the time when the defense is at its weakest, so no matter what, we must protect its safety. I understand this is also the greatest responsibility of the messengers of destruction." Shura nodded. "I am going to Lord Kirk's." Solange put on her mask. "Isn't it almost time for the great destroyer Crutchwit to summon all the messengers of destruction? You should also get ready." Shura also picked up his mask, revealing a strange smile. "When the sacrificial ceremony is over, remember to clean yourself up. I will give you the most unforgettable night." Solange winked at him and slowly walked away. Looking at her receding figure, Shura slowly put the mask on his face, covering the meaningful smile. "I promise, this will be the most unforgettable night." Chapter 10-11. Jinyao Territory, Southern Suburbs. On the ground, the soldiers of the Iron Scale and the Jade Army all raised their heads and looked at the sky. In the sky, there were two huge figures. Two rare Saint Dragons and two legendary Dragon Knights were engaged in a duel of life and death. The two knights were not holding ordinary weapons, but a terrifying giant spear of about 10 meters long, Dragon Spear. This was the most common aerial combat weapon of the Dragon Knights. It could be used to fight directly or to shoot. Although this kind of spear had a special structure where humans could hold it with one hand, ordinary people could not pick it up at all, let alone brandishing it in battle. Only the extraordinary and well-trained Dragon Knights could wield the dragon spear freely. This kind of weapon was quite lethal. Even the dragon with extremely strong defense would be severely injured. The two sides had been circling back and forth for several rounds. The smaller Saint Dragon was Andrew. There were several crisscrossed wounds on his abdomen, especially the deepest wound that spread all the way to his back. The scales were lifted up, which looked shocking. Brecklin's dragon body seemed to be much stronger. There were also many wounds. The most obvious were the two bloody holes on the side of his abdomen. Blood kept dripping down when flying. Although Andrew was one of the young geniuses of the dragons, he was too young after all. His current strength was the peak of Pseudo-Saint, which was the peak of the Demon Emperor. Brecklin was much older than Andrew, and she had a very strong defense talent. Her strength had reached the early stage of the Demon Overlord. Samuel and Trinidad were both early-stage Saint. Samuel's combat power was better than Trinidad's, but in this kind of aerial battle, Samuel's greatest speed advantage could not be exerted. Overall, Samuel's side was much inferior. They relied on their tacit cooperation and flexibility to maintain a stalemate. After a long time, they gradually fell into a disadvantage. The two giant dragons circled in the air and flew back. Andrew's body shook as he activated some kind of secret technique. His speed suddenly accelerated, and he rushed straight toward Brecklin. Brecklin opened his mouth, and a mass of dragon breath containing the aura of destruction sprayed towards Andrew. In fact, he was preparing the power of his domain, and he was guarding against the blind spots on his left and right, especially behind him. This move was called Shapeshift, which was Andrew's usual combat skill. The one rushing in front was not the real body, but an illusion. The real body would appear somewhere. Brecklin had experienced this move in the previous trial battle. Andrew had also used it in the previous few rounds. Therefore, the first dragon breath only used 30% of its power. The purpose was to break the illusion. The real power was accumulated to guard against the sudden attack from the side or behind. However, an unexpected thing happened. The dragon breath did not penetrate Andrew's illusion, but it hit his body solidly. Andrew had the strength of the demon emperor. He was hit head-on by the demon overlord-level dragon breath. Even if Brecklin did not use her full strength, this blow was not light. The scales on his chest were all badly mutilated. Zhang Tailong's combat style was the complete opposite of his introverted appearance. With a muffled snort, his speed did not decrease but increased. He rushed toward Brecklin, and he flew in front of her in the blink of an eye. Brecklin did not expect Andrew not to use shapeshift. Instead, he rushed up at the risk of taking his dragon breath. With this miscalculation, it was too late to dodge. Brecklin gritted her teeth, and the accumulated territory power brewed in her whole body. She was like a hedgehog, ready to strike at any moment. If Andrew did not dodge, even with Samuel's protection, he would be seriously injured or even killed under that powerful countershock. Unexpectedly, Andrew did not intend to dodge at all, and he slammed over. The people below only saw a bright light and a faint scream. At the same time, their vision was strongly distorted. When their vision was restored, the two huge figures in the air seemed to have lost their strength at the same time and fell down. Boom! Boom! Two tremors came one after another. There were two big pits on the ground like meteorites falling. It could be seen that the falling force was violent. It was by no means just an ordinary weight. Gamundin saw it clearly. At the moment when the two dragons collided, Andrew suffered a violent impact. The scales all over his body burst out with blood. At the same time, Samuel's dragon spear also penetrated Brecklin's body. In pain, Brecklin bit Andrew's neck and tore off a large piece of flesh. Trinidad's reaction was half a beat slower. When the dragon's spear stabbed into Andrew's chest, it only penetrated a few inches before it was cut off by Samuel's blade. Samuel's next move was that morning light extermination. The flying centipede exploded into countless fragments, like rain, splashing on Brecklin's huge body. This move was extremely close, and the sharpness of the fragments was astonishing. The damage caused was also quite terrifying. Even though Brecklin's body had a strong defense, she could not withstand it. She suffered serious injuries, and with a scream, she fell from the sky. Also falling was the seriously injured Andrew. But Brecklin quickly got up, and Andrew seemed to be exhausted and could not get up again. The two figures in the air were still intertwining. The lightning-like blade light suddenly flourished, and a figure fell to the ground with a muffled groan, as if he had fainted. It was Trinidad. After defeating Trinidad, Samuel's figure flashed, and he instantly stood beside Andrew. He held his long blade horizontally and stared at Brecklin, who was slowly walking over, and asked, "Andrew, how are you?" In the close combat just now, Samuel had to divide a part of his strength to protect Andrew, and he had suffered a rather fierce backlash from Brecklin. In addition to the injuries he had received from Brecklin's sneak attack, his injuries were also not light. "I won't die yet," Andrew replied weakly. He already had no strength to turn his head, but his pupils moved towards Brecklin in front of him. "Actually, that guy is not much better than me." "Little Andrew, you lunatic." "Idiot." Brecklin gritted her teeth and said, "Why would you fight to this extent for a human?" "Because dragon knights are the companions of giant dragons." "Companions?" Brecklin shouted angrily. "Is your brain fried by the things those old men instilled into you?" "Samuel is my companion, and that person is not yours." "Idiot, let me help you wake up. One more step, and you will die." Although Samuel's body was slightly trembling because of the pain, his hand holding the blade was still firm. Most of the fragments of the flying centipede were now in Brecklin's body. Even if it had an automatic recovery function, under the power of the Saint Dragon, it could not be recovered. What he was holding was a spare long blade, which was the one he used to defeat Trinidad just now. This is a duel of life and death between you and that Trinidad, not between me and Andrew. Brecklin sneered and said, "Let's not talk about how much power you have left now. My uncle is the demigod Elder Stanwell of Re. You are just a mere human. How dare you kill the most honorable Saint Dragon?" Samuel did not waste his breath. The long blade in his hand glowed with a strong light. Obviously, he was gathering the last of his strength to make a fatal blow. Brecklin stared at Samuel for a moment, but did not move forward. Suddenly, his body shook and countless broken blades flew out, stained with blood. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's body had turned into a human. He looked like he was covered in wounds, but he sat on the ground. "Humph, little Andrew, you've won. But I did not lose to you. It was because of that fellow." As he said that, Brecklin pointed at the unconscious Trinidad. "That fellow lost this duel, and actually pretended to be dead on the ground. This fellow actually fought with me just now. It's a disgrace to me. If you don't get up now, I'll tear you into pieces." The last sentence was obviously meant for Trinidad. Trinidad's body trembled, and he finally woke up. This could be said to be a complete disgrace. Even the soldiers of the Iron Scale had an unnatural expression on their faces. It's not just the ash set, the power you used just now. There's also the effect of the black potion, right? Samuel pointed his long blade at Trinidad, who was climbing up, and revealed a look of disdain. "You're the fellow who only knows how to rely on external forces. It's also a disgrace for me to duel with someone like you. Since you've already lost, then your life is now mine." Trinidad's body trembled, and large beads of sweat dripped down his face. "Wait, I still have something to say." Samuel did not give him a chance to delay. With a shake of his long blade, he slowly walked over. Trinidad retreated step by step in fear. He accidentally tripped and fell to the ground. He said in horror, "You can't kill me." "Samuel," a familiar voice rang out. "Chinrue!" and the others had rushed over. Trinidad hurriedly shouted, "His Royal Highness! Samuel wants to kill me." Chinrue flipped over and dismounted. He had already seen the situation in the field. Without waiting for him to ask, Gamundin hurriedly walked over and reported what had just happened to the Holy Sun. At this moment, 3 streams of light flashed in the sky. In the blink of an eye, there were 3 more people in the field. Lord Fadgerus. Trinidad's tense nerves finally relaxed completely. "Help!" One of the people who came was the leader of the Long Huang Empire's Dragon Riders, Fadgerus. Fadgerus was a national-level expert, and his niece was the wife of the second prince, Garfield. With this relationship, the two of them were quite close. When Samuel injured Garfield, who had molested Veronica in the Purple Garden Palace, it was he who heard the news and came to capture Samuel. However, Fadgerus was not completely on the second prince's side. In his early years, he had been greatly indebted to Rex. Because of this, his family had survived, and he had sworn loyalty to Rex. Now that his strength had advanced to the superclass, he did not retreat to cultivate like ordinary superclass experts. Instead, he continued to work for Rex. Seeing Trinidad's expression, Fadgerus frowned. "Samuel, what do you want?" "This is the result of a duel to the death," Chinrue's voice sounded. "It's obvious that His Excellency Trinidad has been defeated. One is the leader of the Jade Army, and the other is the leader of the Iron Scale. You are not representing individuals, but Jinyao territory and the entire empire. What duel to the death? This is nonsense." Fadgerus immediately put a big hat on them and then criticized them. It was obvious that he did not recognize the result of the duel. "Lord Fadgerus, this is a fair duel between the Dragon Riders. All the soldiers here can testify. As the arbitrator, I don't think this is nonsense." Gamundin's voice sounded. "You have no right to speak here," Fadgerus said calmly. This is the Empire's internal affairs. Even if your teacher, Pari, was here, he has no right to interfere. I'm just a knight who witnessed a fair, Gamundin said. He suddenly felt a terrifying pressure and could not speak for a moment. Brecklin, another voice sounded. A man with a gloomy expression walked to Brecklin's side. Who has the guts to hurt you like this? Uncle. Brecklin said embarrassedly. It's just a duel. Gamundin was shocked. This man was the elder of Ryuzaku that Brecklin had mentioned, the demigod Stanwyll. Duel? Little Andrew of the Perrin family does not have such strength. Stanwyll glanced at Samuel, who was treating Andrew, and said coldly, Was it that guy who did it? Samuel felt an extremely terrifying aura lock on him. It was as if the other party could turn him into ashes with a single thought. Whose uncle is this? When this voice sounded, Samuel suddenly felt that the terrifying aura was dispelled by some kind of power. The one who spoke was Chen Rue. He had already walked in front of Samuel. This time, even Phaedrus was shocked. Stanwyll was the demigod elder of Ry. He was originally the most trusted person of the Dragon Emperor Pelgoris, and had almost replaced Melia as the great elder. Later, for some unknown reason, he gradually fell out of favor, but he was still an important member of the Elder Council. Arthur actually addressed Stanwyll in such a rude manner. The ignorant were truly fearless. It's just a fair duel. Chinrue smiled. This smile in the eyes of Phaedrus was simply courting death. This prince, who should be from Jinyao territory, gave Stanwyll a strange feeling. He did not know what method he used to dispel the oppression he had on Samuel. It was most likely some kind of tool. Suddenly hearing the other party being so rude, Stanwyll raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to teach this ignorant person an unforgettable lesson, he suddenly heard a somewhat familiar voice. Isn't that so? Brother-in-law. Hearing the words brother-in-law, Stanwyll's heart skipped a beat. Although this prince looked different, the more he looked at that smile, the more he felt that it was familiar. He could not help but recall the time when he was abused by someone in Ryuzaku in front of a group of juniors. A chill ran down his spine. That's right, it's this guy, Melia's son-in-law, a terrifying human who could kill me in an instant. It's true that Ryuzaku and Jinyao territory are working together, but I did not expect this guy to be the lord of Jinyao territory, the third prince of the Longhuang Empire. This is too much. No wonder His Majesty the Dragon Emperor strictly ordered everything related to this human in Riku to be kept a secret. No wonder Groas always stayed here. Stanwyll turned around and glanced at Groas, who came with him. Groas nodded, completely confirming his guess. Young people need to be tempered to grow, that's right. It's just a duel. Stanwyll, who quickly reacted, said with certainty, A fair duel. This time, not only Phaedrus and the others, but even Brecklin was dumbfounded. Is this still the uncle who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance? When did he become so reasonable? Chapter 10-12. Stanwyll's words not only ignored the trauma caused by the murderer Samuel to Brecklin, but they also announced the validity of this duel. No one would think that Stanwyll was moved by the ignorant and fearless Prince Arthur's words. Compared with an empire's prince, even if he was a mechanic grandmaster, a demigod powerhouse was still in existence that must be looked up to. Prince Arthur was so rude because he came a step late and didn't hear what Brecklin said. He didn't even know the identity and strength of the uncle in front of him. The reason why Stanwyll changed his tone was the glance he gave to Groas. The two elders should have negotiated secretly. It must be related to Prince Arthur, as filial piety to Groas. No wonder Prince Royal Highness seemed fearless after Groas appeared. Only the two demigod dragons elders, Stanwyll and Groas, knew that it was not Arthur, who was ignorant and fearless, but everyone, including Phaedrus. Very good. Chinrue nodded to Brecklin. You have a reasonable uncle. Brecklin didn't react from the surprise for a while, and she nodded, subconsciously. The corner of Stanwell's eyes twitched, and he finally acquiesced to the title of reasonable. Fortunately, Chinrue didn't continue, but he came to Phaedrus and pointed to Brecklin. General Phaedrus, look, that young man is injured like this, and his uncle thinks that this is a fair duel. Do you think this is just nonsense? When Brecklin heard the word young man, she was about to jump up, but Stanwell glared at her. She immediately lowered her head. Gamundan once went to Ryuzaku with the church representatives to negotiate the magic game, so he happened to see Stanwell. He immediately said, Madame Phaedrus shouldn't question Sir Stanwell's decision, right? This is a fair duel between dragon knights, and it's a duel of life and death. That's right. Chinrue was about to continue, but Phaedrus frowned and took a few steps forward. His Royal Highness, Trinidad is the Deputy Legion Commander of the Iron Scale, personally appointed by His Majesty. Like Samuel, he is also a member of the Dragon Riders. He is also the Supreme Commander of the Capital Legion stationed in Jinyao territory this time. No matter what the reason is, if you must put him to death, His Highness will certainly not be able to explain it to His Majesty. These words not only mentioned Rex the Great, but also pointed out the fact that Samuel and Trinidad were both in the Dragon Riders, and Phaedrus herself was the Legion commander of the Dragon Riders. To a certain extent, she also controlled Samuel's position in the Dragon Riders. Whether it was for public or private reasons, Prince Arthur should give this face. I understand. Chinrue showed a thoughtful expression and slowly nodded. Seeing this scene, Trinidad finally breathed a sigh of relief. As everyone knew, Samuel was loyal to Prince Arthur. If Prince Arthur asked Samuel to let him live, there would definitely be no problem. Then, Samuel, Chinrue glanced at Samuel, now carry out the result of this duel of life and death. The loser dies. Phaedrus was shocked. She did not expect that after she explained the pros and cons to Prince Arthur, the other side still did not show the slightest mercy. This was equivalent to slapping the face of the Dragon Riders, a superclass strong. Trinidad thought he had heard it wrong. When he saw Samuel approaching step by step with a long sword in his hand, he then reacted. He did not know what tool he used, but his body suddenly turned into a red light and fled into the distance. The red light was fleeting, and in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a light spot. However, this light spot then quickly enlarged. Trinidad's whole body suddenly fell back. Obviously, this was not his own will. You let your dragon's companion be injured to this extent, and you still dare to run away in a cowardly manner. Stanwell snorted coldly, and there was a cold glint in his eyes. No. Before Trinidad could say mercy, his body suddenly split into pieces, and the split body instantly turned into nothingness. What was left was the damaged Ash's suit that fell to the ground, looking dim and lifeless. That kind of guy is not my companion, Brecklin muttered in a low voice. Cut the crap, Stanwell said impatiently. Don't you think it's not embarrassing enough? Go back with me. Brecklin had been afraid of this uncle since she was young. She did not dare to say much. She endured the pain, stood up, and walked to Stanwell's side. Stanwell glanced at Groas and did not say anything to Phaedrus. His figure flickered, and he disappeared with Brecklin. Phaedrus did not expect that there would be such a turn of events. Trinidad was killed by Stanwell, and her brain could not wrap around it for a moment. Groas noticed that Stanwell did not dare to look at Chinrue. He knew that this guy killed Trinidad because he wanted to vent his anger. He shook his head secretly and waved at Andrew. A layer of silver-white light suddenly appeared on Andrew's body, and his serious injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Andrew had already taken the medicine given by Samuel, and now with the help of Groas, his recovery speed was even faster. His figure slowly changed, and he turned into the original handsome little boy, his body covered with terrible scars. However, the Saint Dragon race's recovery ability was extremely strong. Now that his injuries were under control, it was only a matter of time before he fully recovered. Thank you, Lord Groas. Andrew got up and bowed. Little Andrew, I heard that you were grounded. You snuck out this time, right? As for your father, Pylon, don't worry, I'll go and put in a good word for you. Thank you, Lord. Andrew showed a look of gratitude. Groas looked at Samuel and added, You have a good partner. On the side, Phaedrus's expression became even uglier. Groas's words revealed his undisguised admiration for Samuel. It should be known that Groas was a demigod, and at the same time, one of the elders that Dragon Emperor Palgoris relied on. He held real power in his hands. In this way, Samuel's status in the Dragon Riders would only get higher and higher, and the possibility of excluding him from the army was almost zero. Although the death of Trinidad was caused by the Reusica's elder, Stanwil, the real cause was the coercion of Prince Arthur. In this incident, the two great dragon's elders, Stanwil and Groas, were on the side of Arthur. Phaedrus could no longer say anything. She just said coldly to Chinrue, Today's matter ends here. However, His Royal Highness, no matter what the cause of this incident is, the result is that the army commander appointed by His Majesty died in your territory. You need to give His Majesty an explanation. Chinrue smiled and said something that surprised Phaedrus. General Phaedrus, can I understand that because of Trinidad's death, a conspiracy against Jinyao territory, or against me, the third prince was shattered? Phaedrus's eyes narrowed slightly. What does your Royal Highness mean by this? Generals should be very clear about what the Iron Scale has done in Jinyao territory during this time. Especially today, after causing trouble in the Flower Tavern, they injured the Jade Army's guards. In addition to the soldiers, 7 innocent people have died, and the entire Flower Tavern was razed to the ground. Knight Gamunden just explained the whole situation of the duel to me in detail. At the beginning, it was Trinidad who took the initiative to provoke me. During the duel, he took out the ashes set and drank the black potion. It was obvious that this was premeditated. Not only that, when he was defeated by Samuel, he actually summoned the dragons for a sneak attack. If it weren't for Samuel's dragons coming in time, Samuel would have been the one who turned into ashes. If this isn't a conspiracy, then what is? This is just a personal grudge between him and Samuel. The so-called conspiracy is just your Royal Highness' guess. There is no evidence. Phaedrus replied coldly. He was a supermaster, yet he was questioned by a mere prince like this. If Groas wasn't by his side, he would have already flared up or left in a huff. Arthur, Prince didn't seem to feel the coldness in Phaedrus's voice at all, and then said, Unfortunately, Trinidad is a disappointing idiot. Even with this advantage, he still lost to Samuel, especially greedy for life and afraid of death. After losing the duel, he fled. Even the dragons who left showed contempt for him. What I don't understand is, how can such a person be a dragon knight? The last sentence made Groas nod his head, and at the same time it was equivalent to slapping Phaedrus in the face. Phaedrus's heart was already angry, but Chinrue didn't want to stop the topic at all. There's one more thing that I'm curious about. Why did the general appear so coincidentally when Trinidad lost the duel and was facing the threat of death? I can explain this question, Groas said. I've stayed in Jinyao territory for a long time, especially recently. I've gained some understanding of power, so I wanted to return to Ryuzaku to train. Elder Stanwil will be my successor, and this time Phaedrus accompanied Elder Stanwil here, specifically to hand over some work. However, Phaedrus sent some changes at the last moment, so Stanwil and I accompanied him here. It should be that Trinidad used some kind of SOS unique to Dragon Riders. Speaking of which, that Trinidad only knows how to take advantage of the situation, and he doesn't have the slightest fighting spirit and spirit of a knight, so he really deserved to die. Phaedrus, I don't want to see this kind of person become a companion of the dragons, even if he's just a candidate. Understood, Lord Groas. Everyone saw what happened today, and Groas's words were very fair, so Phaedrus could only swallow her anger. It seems that I've been overthinking, General. I apologize to you. Chinrue smiled faintly, but it was a pity that neither his tone nor his expression had the slightest intention of apologizing. Phaedrus raised her eyebrows, and then she heard Chinrue say another sentence. As for the instructions that General mentioned, I'll now go with you to Eurodisha to meet His Majesty. Phaedrus was surprised. In fact, she knew very well that Trinidad's actions were not all inspired by Garfield. Rex the Great was also behind him, and his purpose was to target Jinyao territory. Prince Arthur's performance had long aroused Rex the Great's fear. In the battle for imperial power, it was not uncommon for father and son to kill each other. Although it had not escalated to the worst stage, Rex the Great's intention to suppress Jinyao territory was beyond doubt. For Arthur, to be able to manage Jinyao territory to such an extent, it could be said that he was extremely talented, and it was impossible for him not to see through Rex the Great's intention. Moreover, Jinyao territory was only extremely economically developed, but its military power was extremely weak, and it was far from being able to compete with the entire empire. Therefore, today, Arthur contributed to Trinidad's death at all costs, and there were signs that they were going to fall out with each other. Under such circumstances, he still chose to go directly to the capital to meet Rex the Great, which really puzzled Phaedrus. "Your Highness," Isabella, who was covered with a veil, said, "I'll go with you." "There's no need." Chinrue shook his head. "I'm just making some things clear to His Majesty. As for safety, with General Phaedrus around, there will definitely be no problem. If we are fast enough, we should be able to arrive today, right, General? Go alone." Phaedrus suddenly felt that she could not see through this mere prince whose strength was only at the soldier level. She took a deep breath and nodded. "We can arrive at night." "At night?" Chinrue revealed a meaningful smile. "The time is just right." Chapter 10:13. As night fell, the crescent moon appeared in the sky. Eurodisha, the palace hall. According to Phaedrus's previous report, Arthur should have arrived by now. Rex the Great looked at the captain of the Imperial Guards, Ars. "Why haven't I seen him yet?" "General Phaedrus has gone to the Dragon Cavalry Regiment," Ars replied. "His Royal Highness has indeed entered the palace, but he went to Ziyuan Palace." "Ziyuan Palace?" Rex the Great frowned and showed a strange expression. Not to mention Rex the Great, even Ars himself found it unbelievable. According to the information that Phaedrus sent in advance, Prince Arthur ordered Samuel to kill Trinidad, the supreme commander of the imperial garrison in Jinyao territory. Although Trinidad was killed by the elder of Ryuzaku, Stanwell and Samuel, and Trinidad had a fair duel, the real route of the whole incident was very clear. Prince Arthur took the opportunity to send some kind of signal to the imperial capital. The nature of this incident was unusual. Now Prince Arthur followed Phaedrus into the imperial capital alone to explain and answer to Rex the Great. However, the third prince did not come to see Rex the Great directly. Instead, he ignored His Majesty Rex and went to Ziyuan Palace to see his old lover. A certain old lover had a special status that was the official wife of the third prince's uncle. "Your Majesty," Wurst asked tentatively. After His Highness entered the Purple Yuan Palace, he seemed to have activated some kind of shielding device. Outsiders can't sense what's happening inside. "Do you want me to take some people to the Purple Yuan Palace?" "No." Rex the Great immediately shook his head. "Don't go near Ziyuan Palace. I want to see what he can do." "Yes." Ars was puzzled, but he did not ask further. He immediately bowed and retreated. In the Ziyuan Palace, the soft moonlight dragged the two shadows in the garden very long. Veronica flicked her golden brown hair and filled his cup. "This is the tea I made according to your method. What do you think? It tastes good." Chinrue thought about it and said with a smile, "But to be honest, compared to Innie, there is inevitably a gap. Teacher still needs to work hard. Not only is Innie beautiful and smart, but she's also very clever. How can Teacher compare to her?" Veronica shook her head, revealing a sorrowful expression. It's a pity that Rala didn't die. She was just seriously injured and went to a place to recuperate. Chinrue said mysteriously, "This is a secret. Teacher, please keep it a secret." "That's good." Veronica breathed a sigh of relief. "No wonder you look so relaxed. Don't worry, I'm not a talkative person. But the danger I encountered this time was real. I almost lost my life." Chinrue shrugged. "Teacher, won't you comfort me?" Veronica looked at him and suddenly sighed. "I don't know how to comfort you. Perhaps the person who should be comforted the most is Princess Rambus. I remember that when she was in the academy, she was a very simple and lovely girl. Why did you hurt her like this?" "It's not that I want to hurt her. This is her own request." Chinrue pointed to his heart. "I just happened to be there. I used this opportunity to say to everyone what little Arthur has always wanted to say at the wedding." "You mean Rambus herself?" Veronica was taken aback. Intentionally or unintentionally, she ignored the latter part of his words. "People change." Chinrue met her gaze. "Just like you and me." Veronica's blue eyes were covered with a faint mist. "Yes, we have all changed. The environment, especially time, can change people. However, no matter how the environment changes, some things should not be changed." "What do you think, teacher?" "I don't know." Veronica gently looked away. "I only know that some things, once changed, can't go back. First of all, we should determine whether it has really changed." Chinrue finished the tea in the cup, but Veronica didn't pour him another cup. She put down the teapot. "Why did you come to see me so late today?" "I suddenly wanted to see teacher, so I came. I'll go see His Majesty later." "See His Majesty on the way?" Veronica gently covered her veil and said with a smile, "So you want to see His Majesty, so you came to see me on the way. Hurry to the hall. It's getting late. Don't let His Majesty wait for too long." "Teacher, you're wrong. I came to see you on purpose. As for His Majesty, it's really just on the way." Chinrue's tone was very sincere. "Moreover, after this time, I don't know if I can see teacher again." Veronica was slightly shocked. "Why do you say so?" "That great emperor became more and more wary of me. He kept using various means to restrict me. This time, I couldn't bear it any more. I removed a chess piece he set in Jinyao territory, which was equivalent to giving him a reason to make a fuss. If I'm unlucky, I may never see teacher again." "How could he do this?" Veronica said with a trembling voice, "No matter what, you are father and son after all, and you were once his most beloved son. So what if he's the most beloved son? For the sake of that throne, for the sake of power, brothers would kill each other, father and son would turn against each other. There are too many examples in history. Unfortunately," Chinrue looked a little sad, not for Chinrue, but for Arthur. "Unfortunately, His Majesty doesn't know what little Arthur wants." Veronica sighed softly. "Although you've changed a lot, I can see that you don't care about what His Majesty is obsessed with." Chinrue raised his eyebrows slightly. "Teacher, you know what I want? Maybe it's just this cup of tea, a quiet yard, and a person who can put down all the masks and burdens to talk." Veronica's blue eyes showed a touch of gentleness. "Just like little Arthur in the past, it seems that there are a lot of things about me that haven't changed." Chinrue said with a pun, "Whether it's little Arthur or Arthur, they always have something in common. Some coincidences, or maybe it's not just a coincidence. In short, I'm very happy to have such a cup of tea, a quiet yard, and a—" "Okay, little Arthur," Veronica interrupted what he was about to say. "Open your heart and have a good talk with His Majesty. After all, he is your father who dotes on you the most. As long as he understands your ambition, he won't make things difficult for you." "No, it's not time yet." Chinrue looked deeply at Veronica. "Teacher, since you want me to open my heart, why do you lock the door tightly in your heart? You really should go." Veronica avoided this question and seemed to have made up her mind. "This is the last time we meet. I won't see you again. Don't come to me again. We, after all, are people from two different worlds. At this time, in another place, or rather another world. Mi's kingdom's royal mausoleum, the underground world. This was a sacrificial altar. Although it was only 3 stories tall, it had a majestic aura. However, it gave off an awe-inspiring and horrifying feeling because it was surrounded by towers and paths of corpses that were built from the accumulation of corpses. It was unknown how many lives had been sacrificed to complete this building that could be called a miracle and could also be called a hell on earth at the same time. On the altar, there were 2 mysterious people wearing crimson cloaks and masks. They were Kirks and Rothus. These 2 names were definitely fake, but their attire undoubtedly represented their identities, the Black Death Apostles bishops. Other than the 2 archbishops, there were also several area archbishops and the main people in charge, as well as the church's strongest military representative, the Messenger of Destruction. The highest level of the Messenger of Destruction was the Great Messenger of Destruction. There were only 2 of them, and their strength was at the level of a demigod. There were 6 normal messengers of destruction, and the lowest one was at the beginner level of the kingdom. Among them was the so-called strongest messenger of destruction, Shura. This was the main ritual that happened once every 100 years. Other than the Pope, who was only heard of but never seen, almost all the elites of the mysterious church were gathered here. Compared to the Golden Radiance, underground palace's fear main altar, this hatred main altar was already quite complete. From its appearance, it seemed to have a long history. Those who participated in the main ritual were the core Black Death Apostles. These people had to go through layers of checks and the most reliable faith verification before entering. Those who did not have the true faith of the Messenger of Destruction would not be able to pass. Due to the lesson learned from the destruction of the Golden Radiance underground palace's fear main altar, the defense of the originally stronger hatred main altar was once again strengthened. The outer layer was formed by the powerful psychic power of countless resentful spirits. With these elite messengers of destruction, in addition to the Bone Tower Forest that could accept the faith of hatred from all over the world, and the power of the main altar itself, even a demigod master would find it difficult to break through the defense and force his way in. However, it was more often than not that sturdy fortresses would be destroyed from the inside. The so-called test of faith wasn't completely foolproof. For an Azura who was destruction to begin with, he only needed to use his instinctive will to easily pass the test of destruction faith. This was especially true for his incredibly pure aura of destruction. He was viewed as one of the most likely candidates to receive the ruler's favor during this God's descent ritual. The ritual began. Countless amounts of blood and the refined essence of life were thrown into the altar. After a series of complicated rituals, all the bone towers shone with a strong destruction aura. Countless amounts of blood-red mist surrounded the towers, and waves of special origin power mixed with faith surged toward the main altar in the center. About half an hour later, the blood-red color of the bone tower forest gradually thinned. An entire dark red main altar turned bright red. The space in the center of the altar began to distort, and a vortex-like entrance appeared, emitting a blood-red light. The essence that was thrown into the altar condensed into a blood-red pearl under the effect of the blood-red light, faintly emitting black lightning. Shura, who was guarding the altar, saw this blood pearl, and his eyes suddenly shone with a strange light. A familiar name rose in his mind. The blood pearl. Kirks looked pleasantly surprised and exchanged glances with Rothus. It seemed that the power of the ruler's descent this time was far greater than before. Just the influence of the aura before the descent had condensed into a powerful treasure that originally required countless lives to be sacrificed, which was equivalent to a divine weapon. The blood aura in the bone tower forest became dimmer, and the power of the essence was concentrated on the main altar. His own power began to decrease greatly. The main altar began to tremble, and the blood-red vortex in the center turned into a pillar of light, rising to the top of the underground world. The blood-red light carried a strong destruction aura as it spread out. The nearby Black Death apostles could clearly feel the power of that god, and all revealed fanatical gazes. Long Huang Empire Palace, Purple Garden Palace. Veronica seemed to have sensed something, and her body trembled. "Teacher, what's wrong?" Chenrue asked with concern. "I'm fine." Veronica's voice had a hint of anxiety. "You should go. Go far away from here. Leave the Dragon Emperor Empire." "All right, Veronica." Chenrue did not call her teacher this time and stood up. "Let me bring you along. Let's leave this place together, go to a new place and start a new life. No matter what identity you want, sister, teacher, or something else. If you're tired of my company, you can also choose to be absolutely free. This is little Arthur's last and biggest wish." Looking at those sincere eyes, Veronica's hands began to tremble slightly, as if she was desperately trying to suppress something. Chapter 10:14. It's not worth it. Veronica shook her head. "It's really not worth it. You don't even know. Veronica, I know that you've experienced a lot of pain and suffering." Chenrue walked to Veronica and held her hand. "Back then, little Arthur didn't have the ability to free you from pain, but now I do." "No." Veronica lowered her head, and her hands trembled even more. "You don't know. You don't know anything." Chenrue sighed softly. "You're wrong. Actually, I know." "No." Veronica clenched her fist so tightly that her knuckles had turned white because of the force. Suddenly, she raised her head as if she had made up her mind and struggled to break free from his hand. She screamed, "Do you know who caused you to wander outside for 7 years? Why did you lose most of your memory?" Chenrue stared deeply into her eyes. "That was just an accident. No matter what the reason is, little Arthur will not blame you." Veronica's face changed. You really know. If the loss of memory is regarded as death, then he is already dead. I'm just a person who recreates memories, or a person who comes back to life and has part of the original little Arthur consciousness. Chenrue told the biggest truth for the first time since he was reborn in this world. Although it was just a pun, he pointed to his head. However, in this part of memory, his greatest obsession has always been there. No matter what happened in the past, you will always be the person in little Arthur's heart. You cannot like him, you cannot love him, and you can even hurt him. However, you can't stop his heart that wants to make you happy, even if it's just watching your happiness from afar. Veronica was stunned. A drop of tear slipped down from the corner of her eye and quickly melted into the veil. "Come with me, Veronica. Leave this place. Leave behind all the pain and hatred. Choose your own life again, and truly choose freely." At the same time, under the royal tomb of the Mia's kingdom, the blood-red light pillar on the main altar was getting brighter and brighter. The entire underground world was illuminated by the light pillar. All the corpses on the bone towers seemed to have come alive. They were making weird noises as if they were moaning and wailing. Then, countless red mist that looked like resentful souls rushed toward the light pillar. The blood-red mist around the bone tower had been completely absorbed by the light pillar. The jagged bones had gradually turned grayish-white, as if they had transferred all the power they had accumulated over the years to the main altar. The pillar of light condensed into a huge blood-red phantom that floated above the main altar. All the Black Death followers knelt down piously, opened their hands, pointed to the sky, and recited the eulogy loudly. Shuro was among them, and there was a mysterious smile on his face behind the mask. Yerodisha, Ziyuan Palace. Veronica's tears only lasted for a moment, and her eyes had already changed into indifference. Very touching lines, little Arthur, or Arthur. She stretched out her hand to the veil on her face and slowly pulled it down. Unfortunately, there are too many things you don't understand. For example, my appearance. From the day Chenrue saw Veronica, she had been wearing a special veil. Except for her eyes, he couldn't see the rest of her facial features. Now, she finally took off the veil. Originally, it should be the white, flawless, and beautiful face in his memory, but it had become a terrifying face. Her face was covered with rune-like marks. The lines of the marks seemed to be alive as they slowly twisted and looked extremely ferocious. The lines spread from the face to the part below the neck that was covered by the clothes. It could be imagined that the rest of the body should also have such terrifying lines. Chinrue carefully observed those textures. He could clearly feel the rich vitality and strange breath contained in them. This kind of existence was a bit similar to a parasitic organism, like a cocoon. It parasitized on the organism and absorbed the strength and nutrients of the body until the organism died. Veronica was also a soul transformation, but the feeling she gave to Chinrue was completely different from the dwarf Wang Inca and others he had seen before. Her body exuded an aura that really required one to look up and shudder. From the inside out, she seemed to be a clone of the Abyss Master. Her aura was by no means comparable to the ordinary kingdom-level powerhouse. Solange once said that very few people could get the recognition of the gods and be granted the heart of the Master. Their strength and potential would increase greatly. At the critical moment, they could summon the will of the gods and fuse with the power of the gods to exert incredible power. The heart of hatred. It must be because of this reason. Veronica saw that Chinrue was in a daze, as if he was scared. She smiled coldly and raised her hand. The smooth, white hand began to rapidly change into a terrifying claw. The claw was a foot long and sharp like a blade, glowing red under the moonlight. A cold, murderous aura rippled out, and the surrounding flowers and trees withered. The hideous face showed a creepy smile, and the claw slowly reached out to Chinrue. I look like this. Do you still want to pull me out of the abyss? To Veronica's surprise, Arthur did not show the fear she expected. Instead, he took a few steps forward and asked calmly, "What are you afraid of?" Veronica was shocked and suddenly froze in midair. Your eyes are full of a terrifying aura. Chinrue looked straight into the pair of blue eyes. But behind that there is fear. You are afraid. You are afraid of my approach. You are afraid that I will touch your heart that is wrapped in hatred and destruction. You are afraid that you will not be able to suppress some kind of will to hurt me. Chinrue wiped the heat on his cheeks. Do you see? This is the sadness that belongs to little Arthur. Because he saw the person he loved struggling in the endless hell. He could only look up at the sun and the sky that can be said to be an extravagant hope. He is crying. Veronica's eyes, which were full of destruction, trembled. Her eyes had long been filled with mist. Although she tried to control it, she still could not hold back the tears that burst out of her eyes. You once asked me if you had fallen into the abyss where the sun could not be seen. My answer is that I will use these hands to pull you out. Believe me. Chinrue reached out his hand again. Now give me your hand. Veronica looked at the hand, and her breathing became a little rapid. She looked at her hand that should be called a claw and hesitated. In the end, she reached out to Chinrue's hand. Suddenly, her body shook, and a painful expression appeared on her face. She quickly retracted her claw and grabbed her shoulder tightly. Little Arthur, get out of here. Chinrue was shocked. Veronica, don't come over. Veronica's body trembled. A powerful force field repelled Chinrue's body, and his body was involuntarily pushed dozens of meters away. Kill! 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 Her voice turned into a deep roar. Terrifying flames burned all over her body. Her eyes shot out a light that made people tremble. The entire Purple Yuan Palace was filled with a suffocating aura. The ground cracked, and between the cracks there was a blazing red that was like lava. Such strong feelings of hatred. He had only felt it when he was at the Tree of Nature in the Silver Moon celestial capital. Chinrue instinctively felt the danger. While he was vigilant, his eyes suddenly froze. He saw Veronica's terrible claw penetrate her own heart. It was not an ordinary penetration, but the biggest blow that contained all the destructive power. Even the blood blade that protruded from her back was emitting fog, and the blood was quickly evaporating. Her body slowly collapsed. In her deep blue eyes, hatred and destruction quickly dimmed. Even the flames and all the vitality on her body seemed to want to look at him more. But in the end, she closed her eyes weakly. At this moment, the image in Chen Rui's eyes lost all its brilliance. Everything turned black and white, and it stopped at the scene of the weak body being penetrated by the sharp blade. A feeling of pain came from the heart and spleen. This blow was more painful than directly penetrating his heart. It was not only the pain that belonged to little Arthur, but also his own anger and sadness. Above the main altar under the Mia's kingdom's imperial tomb, a huge phantasm slowly opened its eyes, looking down at the worshipping Black Death followers. Above the main altar under the Mia's kingdom's imperial tomb, the huge phantasm looked at the Black Death followers below and began to make a sound. This sound was a strange language. Through the vibration of the bone tower's power in all directions, it converged into a language that everyone could understand and echoed throughout the underground world. Human nature is evil, and hatred is the root of all evil. Those who believe in destruction can live forever in destruction, subvert everything, then recreate a world that can be destroyed and destroyed at will. The Black Death followers chanted loudly in unison. The voice of the phantasm not only had a strong, penetrating, and infectious power, but it also revealed an incredible, strange power. Wisps of blood-red mist seemed to fly away, shuttling back and forth among the Black Death followers. Wherever it passed, the Black Death followers lit up with a little red light, feeling a special energy in their bodies. They knew that it was the power bestowed by God's grace. They were overjoyed, and their chanting voice became louder. In the palace, Chen Rui suppressed the strong emotions in his heart. Just as he was about to step forward, Veronica's body suddenly floated up. Her closed eyes slowly opened. There was no sadness or anger. There wasn't even any agitated emotions. There was only cold calmness. The sharp claws were slowly pulled out from the body, and the dried blood stains were dyed again. However, her expression didn't change at all, as if this body was not hers. Foolish life, foolish persistence. Although this voice belonged to Veronica, it gave Chen Rui another familiar feeling. You actually surpassed the will that I gave you, and also surpassed life and death in an instant. However, this kind of persistent consciousness is exactly what I need. The cold eyes fell on Chen Rui. Ignorant ant, you're the only crack in her heart, right? Did you even forget to show your fear? As long as you are completely annihilated, this descending body can reach perfection. The eyes flashed, and a terrifying coercion swept toward Chen Rui overwhelmingly. The ground along the way cracked without any mercy or hesitation. If it was an ordinary powerhouse, he would have been annihilated under this power. However, when the crack reached Chen Rui, it stopped. A look of surprise flashed across the cold blue eyes. Then she snorted coldly. The suffocating breath in the air suddenly became 100 times thicker. The space around Chen Rui began to distort, and a crack in the void appeared. The degree of distortion of this crack quickly multiplied and swallowed his entire body. A contemptuous smile appeared on the face of the blue eyes. Although this was a kingdom-level powerhouse, he was just an ant. For her, who had already descended with an avatar, she could make this almost perfect descending body erupt with power that was far beyond her own level. In other words, it was called power. At this moment, a familiar red starlight appeared in the vision of the blue eyes. The starlight spread in an instant, and the pupils of the blue eyes suddenly shrank. The crack in the space quickly closed in the shadow of the stars. The bright starlight filled the entire space of the Ziyuan Palace, and the destructive breath seemed to be solidified by the starlight. In the dazzling crimson starlight, The figure in crystal armor became clear. Behind her were two pairs of graceful and luxurious wings. At the same time, a familiar voice rang in his ears. "Jacquelina! Get out of her body. It's you." The blue eyes roared, and there was hatred and anger in her voice.